Oh, they can't see it. Pam just told me. I was going to ask if you'd heard me there.
We don't have anybody here with the prayer, do we?
No.
I think so. If y'all could join me, I appreciate you being here for the November 28, 2017 meeting of the Hendersonville Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Please stand if you can. We're going to begin our meeting tonight as we typically do, and that's with a prayer and a pledge. And I'm going to lead both tonight, so please join me and remove your hats and stand if you're able. Let us pray. Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us together, and thank you for the wonderful city we live in and the wonderful state and the wonderful country you provided for us. And thank you for this day as only you can provide. And thank you for the folks that live here and the people that make this such a wonderful place to be. And thank you for the people who protect us, the people who are far away, and the people who are here. And thank you for your Son. Thank you for this time of year, and remind us that we need winter to have spring, to have summer, to have fall. And please help a couple folks that are definitely in our minds and definitely in our hearts. And that's Seneca Smith, one of our police detectives, and Felicity Green, one of the premature baby girl born to one of our employees. Please look after them and look after all of us. Thank you again for letting us come here, and remind us as we go from here that we need to do your work, not just when we're with folks that we agree with, but when we're with folks that we disagree with, and folks we may have difficulties with. And remind us continually to walk humbly in your name. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Please join me for the pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. Oh, I'm say it's okay for the parliamentary reason. We've got a proposed agenda in front of us. Do I hear a motion? We have a motion and a second to we have a motion and a second to accept the agenda. Alderman Hedberg, discussion.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda in light of the heavy agenda that we have before us, and bring item X to the top of item A.
X. Adjournment.
I'm sorry. B, under other items.
Item B, under, and to bring it where?
Before A, right at the top of the ordinance and regulations.
Okay. We have a motion, a second to amend the agenda, and that would be to bring item, help me out here, item B under other agenda items, and bring it up and make it half A under ordinances and resolutions.
I think in light of the heavy agenda we have, I think there are a lot of people here to speak either for or against that particular item, and I don't think it's fair to keep them here since it's on a city matter all night till 11 or midnight. depending on what time we finish.
Gotcha. Okay, we've got a motion, and we did have a second on that?
Yes, Scott Sprouse.
All those in favor of adding that amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously.
I'd like to move to add item G under ordinances and resolutions.
I'm going to call it out of order, not for any other reason other than the fact that you can only table a motion temporarily.
Okay.
So I appreciate you thinking of that, though. So. We have a motion and properly second to accept the agenda as it's been amended. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, please say no. Okay, now I feel like we've done that, and we have agenda. Presentations. Hey, Paul. Paul, we've got a hum. Yes, we do. Next on the agenda is we want to recognize some of our men and women that are involved in our police department's Explore Post number 112. These folks participated in the 6th annual law enforcement competition, which was hosted in Gwinnett County in Lawrenceville, Georgia, just a month ago, November 4th. And our police explorers participated in programs dealing with domestic violence, crime scene investigations, cell extraction, use of force, felony traffic stop, nighttime traffic stop, police written examinations, and bomb threat responses. Our explorers placed third in the bomb threat response out of 20 teams that were participating, and that's especially momentous considering this is the first time that the police explorers from here have participated in this event. So I want to introduce you to some of those folks. I hope you all will come up here and stay for just a second when I do introduce you. Dorian Falcon. Amanda Hollingsworth. Ariel Pashanek. Oh, I hate that. Trevor Brooks. Okay, Trevor's in here. Ariel, thank you. Michaela Grant. Trinity McNeil. Isaiah Barnes and Connor Covington. Congratulations. Thank you all for certainly making Hendersonville look good in this situation. And are y'all planning to go back next year? Yes. Okay, cool. Appreciate y'all so much what you're doing. Thanks for your time. We have moved things around a little bit on our agenda as it has typically been. Hold on here. I seem to be the one at fault. Okay. One of the things that we're going to do differently is we're going to have presentations if the folks who would like, who have these items in the public hearings, if they'd like to make a presentation. They have no obligation to make a presentation, but in a lot of cases we found out that it answers questions that may come up later on, so that maybe we can just get those questions out of the way and get that information out there. This is the way we've been doing it on Planning Commission for some time. It seems to work quite well. So the first presentation is by Pate Montgomery LLC involving the Jack Anderson property. And Don, if you want to tell us your name and give us a few minutes. Again, this is a presentation. We have questions. Certainly you're welcome to ask them. And we could bring him back later on. That's absolutely fine. But hopefully we'll get a lot out of the way here. Go ahead, Don.
Thank you, Mayor. My name's Don Williams. I'm with Gresham Smith & Partners. I'm a civil engineer, and our firm prepared the preliminary site plan for this project. We're in agreement with all the staff comments, and we appreciate all the help that they've given us and the courtesies extended throughout the process. At one of our meetings, I believe it was the General Committee meeting, some of the people who are opposed to our project brought up some issues saying that this property can't be developed, that it's got drainage issues and reasons why it can't be developed. And I just want to go on the record as a professional engineer that we've done our preliminary analysis and we believe this project can be developed in accordance with all of the city's regulations. And that's all of the presentation on the site. I think Bo may want to just speak briefly to the building. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Don.
Thanks, everyone. Just want to
Name.
Oh, Bo Fowler.
Thanks, Bo.
Sorry, just want to conclude that we have a great building in mind. We'll fit in well with the neighborhood. I appreciate everyone's time. I have nothing else to add.
Well, thank you. Anybody else with y'all that want to be part of the presentation? Appreciate that. Let's go to the next presentation. This is by Vastline Development Partnership on their revised final development plan for Glenbrook North. Ken or... Okay.
We decided to do this tonight as a duet.
Ken, tell us your name, please.
My name is Ken Renner. I am a vice president at Vastland Development Company. Glenbrook Village, you've got a pattern book in front of you. It's a $125 million investment in Hendersonville. It's a planned mixed-use development, really unlike anything that Hendersonville has today. It'll have 331 dwelling units in it, all of them for sale condominiums and townhomes. Many of them live-work units, which is something that we don't have in Hendersonville today. The price range for the units will range between $200,000 and $400,000. It's a kind of housing option that Hendersonville doesn't have, but has become very popular in places like Franklin, and well, there's a huge one just been proposed in Nashville by Gaylord. Once this project is fully developed, we anticipate it will turn about $500,000 worth of tax revenue to the city each and every year, and even more for the county. Tonight, this will be the third time we've had a chance to speak with the public. We haven't had a lot of really input or reaction from the public to date. We've talked, I know, with a lot of the aldermen, answering questions and providing information. We've also worked with your planning department, an excellent group, and we have agreed to every change and every improvement that they recommended. This includes 2 major infrastructure improvements. One of those is 3-laning Forest Retreat Road along the perimeter of the property, and providing for a wider box culvert or bridge fording the creek there, so that the road can be expanded further down Hunt Lane at a later date. Also, we have volunteered to make a $25,000 contribution to providing additional sidewalk off-site that would cross under Highway 386 and go to the other side to really encourage more walkability. I would point out that neither one of these improvements would be done if we were to pursue the original plan for this property, which is 180,000 square feet of retail. We're not required to do those things, so these will be things that the city would gain from approval of this project. Now, as we've talked to the aldermen out in the area and elsewhere, what we've heard is a lot of frustration about traffic. And we heard you. We definitely heard you. And I'd like to make 2 points about that. First is that if we were to be able to do this project, it would reduce the amount of traffic from what we would be generating as a purely retail project by about 18%, or actually 18%. That's our traffic study that came back. Mixed-use projects don't generate as much as retail projects do. Second of all, we decided to be a little bit more proactive, and at the suggestion of Alderman Hedberg, we took a look and talked with your engineers and your Public Works Department, and what we found out was that there is really a lot of people heading down Hunt Lane from that area, going to Center Point Road, using that as a cut through, and then getting on to 386 in the mornings, or going straight through over to Main. And one of the reasons for that backup is there's just one lane that goes straight through and where people turn. And so in talking with your engineers and your public works people, they were considering a project at some point, probably maybe even next year, to add a turn lane there. And there's a certain amount of traffic that will be diverted there. Maybe even half of it will be diverted from going straight and getting on to 386. And I think that will really help alleviate some of the congestion at that location. Now that's, for us, that's an off-site improvement. That's about 3 miles away. But we offered to put up $25,000 also to do that 3-lane over on Center Point Road at 386. It's about where Caldwell Lane is, where you go into JP2. And again, we will have no problem donating to the city to do that project. Now I'd like to briefly introduce Jeff Hines. He is our chief planner, and he'll give you a little bit more detail on what we're talking about.
Good evening. Jeff Hines with Catalyst Design Group, and we are the planners, engineers, and landscape architects for this proposal. A few things I just want to add, and in speaking with many of you previously, going through the Planning Commission, there were quite a bit of compliments for the plan, but I don't think those are the issues at hand. Some of the Planning Commission members actually commented, being familiar with Berry Farms and Meridian and some of the area developments, West Haven and Franklin, that this is a development that Hendersonville needs, which is a different product of residential housing that fits different age groups, fits people downsizing from a large single-family home. So there were quite a few compliments in that regard. But what I'd like to do is walk you through a little bit more detail on some of the points that Ken mentioned to you. First is that in looking at this proposal, it really is a better plan than the FDP that was approved back in 2005. And I say, excuse me, say that because this is a true mixed-use development. It is integrated from parcel to parcel. It is integrated from the ground floor vertically of retail on the ground floor with condominium residences above. It's integrated with live-work units where somebody can have an office on their first floor in a townhome and live above, similar to some other communities. It's a little more innovative and offers some options. It buffers the residential uses to the west of this, the single-family residential, much better than the rear of large big box commercial users with loading docks facing that way and dumpster areas and such. And lastly, it represents really an opportunity for Hendersonville to introduce a product that many realtors and such have said you need to really extend the age ranges of your community. Secondly, if traffic is a concern to this body, and I think we certainly believe it is because of the feedback we'd received, as Ken said, a few details on the traffic aspect of this. He mentioned the 18% reduction in trips, daily trips, that a mixed-use development of this nature provides compared to a commercial use. And basically, under the commercial approved uses for the final development plan that's already in place, it would be about 10,100 vehicle trips per day versus 8,220 with this proposal. The reason for that is that mixed use generates trips at different times of the day. The residential component certainly, and I believe Alderman Cunningham asked this question, would be more of an AM peak trip generator than commercial retail, but it would be a massive reduction in the 4 o'clock to 6 p.m. amount of traffic in that area. So we're adding a few additional trips in the AM peak, but we're reducing the afternoon PM peak quite a bit. And the AM peak is the reason for the turn lane contribution, which we heard that would certainly improve that movement, that turning movement. So that is how that all links together. And Marshall Boyd agreed with the traffic analysis that we provided to Planning Commission and staff. So it isn't something we're just saying. He was familiar with mixed use as a component. So that's a little bit of additional credentials, so to speak, from your own staff in looking at those numbers. The other, offering two additional points, the proposal before you today really provides some additional things that are not in the 2005. The pattern book you have before you shows you examples out of Berry Farms and quite a few other developments that we have been part of as planners. And it provides a quality of architecture, a quality of development, hardscape, park areas, amenities that are not part of the final development plan for an entire commercial use in that location. So I think that's an asset. And the last point I would make, and Ken kind of made this, is the tax revenue generated by this is really something that can be brought into the city coffers sooner than multiple box users. You know, stores are not building as much today, so you might have one or two big larger users going in that area, some strip center users, but the success of mixed-use developments is proven and has been proven within the communities surrounding you. So for those reasons, I would ask for your support, and certainly we're here to answer any questions this evening if there are any. But please look at the pattern book, and I think you'll see the quality of what this proposal represents.
Any questions? Alderman Petrelli.
Thank you, Mayor. What is the amount of revenue per year that you're saying will be generated? Is it a half a million or $1 million?
Well, it is $1 million, but you share some of that with the county. So for the city coffers, it would be a little over $500,000 based on splitting sales tax and some of the other things is how.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have public hearings. First one is public hearing to hear comments on request by Pate Montgomery to rezone Group A 159J, parcel 17 from office plan development to general commercial plan development, and to approve a revised preliminary development plan located on the south side of East Main Street, east of Maple Road Boulevard, totaling 1.77 acres. We have a couple people who have signed up who'd like to speak on that. The first one is Amy Flynn of Woodmont Boulevard in Nashville. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Amy Burris Flynn. My family owns the lot adjacent to the proposed self-storage site. I support the self-storage use. It is low impact. The proposed building is very attractive and will fit in well with existing buildings along the commercial corridor. I ask that you vote to approve this request. The current zoning for this area is preventing the owners from selling their properties and thus prevents the city from receiving much-needed revenue. These Gallatin Road parcels have been vacant far too long. Our parcel has been for sale for 30 years with the current zoning. We accepted the only offer we received during the past 30 years. It was to build a hotel, which is permitted under current zoning. The sale fell through because of problems on the buyer side. We know the current zoning has restricted the sale of our property. My hope is that this project will spur development of adjacent parcels and that there will be increased interest in our lot, which we really need to sell. Again, respectfully, I request that you approve this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Chuck Roten of Burris Avenue in Hendersonville.
I'm Chuck Roten. I live on Burris Avenue. I've got some pictures here I'd like to hand out.
Sure.
Okay.
Why don't you start them down there with Alderman Petrelli and we'll pass them in. What happened?
Okay, if this project is built, do you think that Hendersonville is going to be a better town? I mean, right now, we've got a storage building being built in front of Rockland Road. There's one being built on New Shackle Island Road. And then I've heard that U-Haul has bought a warehouse, and they're turning it into a storage, off-site storage building. Okay, it's only going to help 0.5% of the people of Hendersonville. 0.5%. The other 99.5%, it's not going to do nothing for it. You know, it's going to have 2 or 3 minimum wage jobs. That's not going to help our economy. It's not going to help the merchants. You know, I live next door to Dr. and Miss Taylor, and they have employees, and they got quite a few, and they go out and they go to the Kroger's and, you know, spend their money, and, you know, just every time they spend their money, the city gets sales tax. Here, there's not going to be nothing, you know. It's not going to generate no money for the city. They're going to pay property tax, but anything built there will pay property taxes. Anything was going to pay property taxes, so you can wash that out. And then what have you got? You don't get nothing. It doesn't fit in with the community. I know Amy said it does fit in, but if you pull out of Kroger's parking lot and head north, you'll pass Tire Discounters, Waffle House, Burger King, Regions Bank, Jack Alexander's house, Simmons Bank, and Mr. Beatty's first office building. That's 7 buildings it takes to fill the footprint up of this one building. No one here can tell me that it fits in. It does not fit in. It's too big. Well, they told us to accept, play it safe. You know what you're going to get. That's not the way we need to think. We need to look up and think about what it could be. It could be a law firm or architect's office or doctor's offices, a medical center. We need to think about the upside of it, not the downside. Look at Maple Road Boulevard. It's going like wildfire right now, and it's almost built out. It's coming this way, just office after office. And they say this property can't be sold. You can't buy that. Who in the world wouldn't want that property? It's great property. I say if you look at the tax assessor's office and see what it's assessed at, and then compare that with what they're asking for it, you might find out why it's not sold. 30 years, they say it's not been sold. That's just not true. So what do you lose if you turn it down? If you're not getting anything, you can't lose nothing. Mr. Pate is a smart man, and he's done a great job of maintaining the property over there, and I commend him for it. But he knew when he bought the property what it was zoned for and what uses could be put on that property. He knew that when he bought it. And I don't think this board here has any obligation to change the zoning to help him out, and it's not helping their citizens, What's it doing for the citizens? And as you can see from the pictures, it's not ready to be developed. So what have you got to lose by turning it down? You're not getting anything. Mr. Williams just a minute ago said that he could take care of his water problem. Is he talking about his lot, where they building that, or is he talking about all of the water problem? Because nothing short of boring underneath Gallatin Road is going to take care of that water problem. And when these pictures was made, Burger King was still under, had no asphalt at that time. And they've started behind Volunteer State Bank. They have started another building. I'm not exactly sure what it is. I think it's a assisted living house, which is going to use the same detention pond that Volunteer State Bank uses. And it's not big enough for Volunteer State Bank. There's going to be more water coming through here. And so when this 27,500 square foot building, the footprint is 27,500 foot, this water's got to go somewhere, and somebody's got to take care of the water. It can be done. I know the water can be taken care of, but it needs to be done before any construction starts. We've got 2,000, maybe 2,500 students that graduate every year from high school and college in this area, and they need jobs. We can't keep going to Nashville. We need jobs in this town, and that's we don't need apartment houses or all this stuff to keep building. We need jobs, or this town is going to fade away. That's my opinion. How can you tell mom and dad watching on TV tonight it's more important to build a storage warehouse than it is to find a good building that can hire their kids, you know. How can you tell them that? This is prime property. This is not just another lot, or, you know, this is the best that Hendersonville's got. There's nothing no better. And it deserves to be, you know, to put mattresses and pots and pans and spoons and bicycles or whatever they put in storage buildings. Somebody said, you can't believe some of the stuff that goes into a storage warehouse. Is that all we can do with that prime property? It's, you know, I've lived in Hendersonville all my life, and I care about this town, and I just want to, it can be better than that. We can do better than a storage building. I know we can. Thank you.
Mr. Roten, thank you. Jerry Phillips of Burris Avenue.
My name is Jerry Phillips. I live on Burris Avenue. I'm one of the adjacent properties. I don't know why they wanted me to get up here and speak tonight, because I don't know what I'm going to say, except that I think this is a terrible mistake. It's a waste of, as Mr. Woodcock brought out at the General Committee meeting, that he hated to see this go away at the current zoning, because we need this kind of zoning here for what it can do. But, and I understand why Amy would want this changed, because if you understand the way the law works, if you change this for Peyton Montgomery, then you'll have to change it for them, because they will have a disadvantage to the use of that land. And if you don't change it, they'll go to the Tennessee Court of Appeals and they'll change it for you, because that's just how that works. Now, I came here, my wife and I, about 34 years ago, for ministry. I got ordained in the early 70s and spent most of my adult life as pretty much like a jailhouse lawyer. I mean, jailhouse preacher, rather, not lawyer. Jailhouse preacher. I was going to be a lawyer. I actually spent 10 years in the legal field and was working my way through, going to go through law school anyway, but that's a whole other story. But anyway, we came here. I had a successful business that I used as my tent making, and I sold that. We came here and poured everything we had into a little church in Gallatin that I pastored. And when we ran out of the money and that didn't work out, we lost the lease on the building. Gordon Baird owned the property. We were actually going to build a big soup kitchen there and everything. So it was the old American Legion building. Anyway, long story short, times got really hard, but I continued in the ministry and radio and what have you. I was on WLAC, and I got into the music business again because that was a good tent making for me. I knew that I couldn't do construction work and be in ministry. That just wasn't going to happen. So when I got successful in that, I had promised God I would go back into ministry. So I was at Warner Brothers. Everything was going well. They increased my draw by 40%. I started back into ministry, and all hell broke loose, and we got poisoned. Lost our house. When the dust settled, we had lost our house. Lost my deal at Warner's. Was negotiating a deal with TBN Records. That fell through. We were homeless. Within 2 weeks, most of the church folks we knew that used to hug our necks in church and tell us how much they loved us wouldn't even answer my phone calls. But I had about 5 people, court people, who would stand with me. And they did. Spent a year in a clinic in Texas, came back here. We were homeless for about 6 months. Lived over at Walton Ferry Storage, who a friend of mine owned that, and cooked meals on a hot plate. So I got a little bit of familiarity with how many storages benefit the community. But I just don't want one next to my house, because I went over there many times to witness him cutting locks, and I know what goes inside those things sometimes. And when all this stuff came up, I started looking on the DEA website. Like I say, I spent a decade in the legal field, and I had an event at the office one day. I was a department manager in a law firm, and I had an event that ended up in a pen stroke, and it messed up my concentration. It made me say things like lawyer instead of preacher and those kinds of things like that. Well, anyway, I knew I had to do something different, and law was not in the future for me anymore because I couldn't be in a business that demanded so much pressure, put so much pressure and demanded so much concentration and recall, memory, recall, all that kind of stuff. So anyway, I started back in the ministry, and then when this stuff all happened here, my wife spent 5 of the 7 years we went through all this crisis bedridden. I was her sole caregiver. It left us with a lot of environmental allergies, if you will. I don't know what the proper medical term would be, but I think they call it environmental sensitivities or something. Well, anyway, we get sensitive to things, to certain kinds of exposures, much like asthma would affect people. When we tell people about this, they didn't believe us. We lived over on Raindrop Lane, renting in a duplex, and a man was developing over there, and he didn't believe me. He's a nice guy. But when I told him about it, he didn't believe me. Because I have to say, to his credit, I didn't believe this stuff either in the 80s. When I was working in construction and using OSB, and I found out people were allergic to formaldehyde, I didn't believe it either. I thought, I work with this stuff every day. It doesn't bother me. But when I became one of those people, I depended on people being sensitive to what I was saying and believing me when I told them that I was telling them the truth. And well, anyway, he didn't believe it. One day, he put some stuff out about 100 feet, 150 feet from our house. It got in there. We had central air, had the storm windows down, but it knocked me out. I went into had an anaphylactoid response. Had to call paramedics out and all that stuff. And I realized that we had to be really careful what we were exposed to. That's one of my biggest concerns here, is what they store in this place. Now, some of the people on the Planning Commission have said, well, you could put in a funeral home or a pest control business, a whole lot of other different, I think a photo processing lab. But there's a vast difference in that. That's a hypothetical threat. This is a direct, real threat. If you pass this tonight, they're going to build this. And regardless of what they say, I know they have all these layers of security and all things they talk about, but when I went on the DEA website and started looking at some of the data out there, one of the preferred environments for these mobile meth labs is many storage facilities, especially climate-controlled ones, and motels. And about a week after this had failed the Planning Commission's review, we had a mobile meth lab blow up in a motel in Nashville. So this is a real serious threat. And according to DEA statistics over the past 10 years, we've had, I believe Tennessee's been number 2 and number 3 every year, one or the other, every single year for the past decade. So this is a serious threat. This is 75 feet from my bedroom window. Now, a lot of people don't believe that this can come into your house, but if you've ever had a skunk get in a fight with a cat or something outside your window, I don't care how airtight your house is, you're going to smell that. And that smell that's coming in are gases. And if those gases happen to be something that's leaching out of a building somewhere and the breeze blows it by, it subjects us to a serious risk. Plus, when we were poisoned, we lost everything we had. And this house is the only thing that we have, the only material thing that represents our recovery. And if you do something that's going to allow the value of that house to go down, or in some case maybe force us to have to move, that just isn't fair. And you're not, like Mr. Roten said, you don't have a duty to give these people this. And they don't have a right to it. And it seems like everybody's minds are made up already, and it makes me wonder, do you even care? Or do you even hear us? We've spoken in unison. We don't want this. This is going to affect us. And it doesn't even seem like anybody's listening. And I can tell you from all the years that we've been dealing with this, that's 22 years we've been dealing with this since we were poisoned. And to have people not believe you that this is a real threat to us it's tough to swallow. And so I'm asking you not to pass this, not because these guys have an excellent building. If they moved it down the road or around the corner, I would support them. And they're good people. This is nothing against anybody. But I think we can do better with this lot, and like Mr. Roten said, if you lower the price down to what the market price is, you can sell this thing. It hasn't sold because you're asking too much for it. You know, we all want to get the maximum amount, but, you know, if you want to sell it that badly, lower the price and you'll sell it. Somebody will buy it. But you don't have an obligation to do this for these people. But you know, you do have an obligation to represent us, and we've spoken in unison, and you're not representing us by allowing us to go forward. That's about all I got to say. I didn't know I was going to say that much, but anyway, thank you for listening.
Mr. Phillips, thank you. Carol Jobe of Burris Avenue.
I live at 117 Burris Avenue, and I'm really not the one to be up here to be speaking, but I just want to say that we have fought for this for a long time. Even before I moved into the neighborhood 30 some odd years ago, they came to y'all and fought to have it zoned properly. And here we are several times. We've come back and we're here again. I just really would like for you to honor that. I know you don't have to, but I would like to see it honored. And I don't know who said this, but none of my neighbors have ever said we don't want that property sold. That is not true. We would just like the right building there. I don't want a warehouse. It's like a pig. You can put lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig. It's a warehouse, and it can be dressed up any way you want to dress it up. I don't want it in my neighborhood, and I don't think y'all would. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Next, we have a public hearing to hear comments on a request by Vastlin Development Partnership to approve a revised final development plan for Glenbrook North. This is located on the east and west sides of Andrews Run, north of Glenbrook Way, totaling 25.95 acres. It's identified as Sumner County Property Tax Map 144, parcel 102.3, 102.8, and 103. We have a couple people signed up for that. First one is Robert Little of Raindrop.
I'm Robert Little. Years ago, before Glenbrook was built, 30 years ago, that area used to be a landfill, if anyone knew that. Also, being a landfill is the highest part of elevation in north of Hendersonville. I have a topographical map showing this. Because it is high elevation, when Glenbrook was built, that's why there's so much flooding around Westington. Westington has not been taken care of over the years. When you add this other subdivision to it, or building, it's going to add more floodwaters to it. FEMA did a flood plan for Hendersonville. The map's number 47165, C0403G, and 47165, C0384G showed all the flooding for Westington. By adding all that other development into Glenbrook area, it's going to flood more of Westington and across the street just south of Vietnam Vets. But still, the council hasn't done anything to stop that. Also, the trucks that go out of Glenbrook have to make a right turn on the New Shackle. Trucks cannot make a right turn without taking off all 4 lanes or 2 lanes on each side. Therefore, the traffic gets backed up during all hours of the day. When Walmart was built on Indian Lake, we only did a 1-turn lane. Because of so much traffic at that lane, the city had to pay to have it double laned. And this is what we're going to have to do again when we go out to Hunt Lane. The city's going to have to pay eventually 10 years down the road to widen that lane. There's no other way of doing it. If anyone's been out of that area around 5 o'clock, New Shackle to Stop 30, you can't even get through that area. If police or fire have any problems down that road, they cannot get through because it's only 2 lanes on New Shackle. So if they're saying that they're adding another 8,000 cars in that area, I can just imagine all the other problems everyone's going to have in that area. Also, Glenbrook area and New Shackle is one of the highest accident-prone areas. That's why it's stated to be updated over the years coming down. So we're adding more cars to an area that's already having too many accidents because of that stoplight there at Glenbrook. Also, by stating these map numbers, that way it's on record. If these areas are getting flooded more, they have a way to come back to the city saying we were told about the flood areas and did nothing about it. Let's see what else I got here. Also, Glenbrook, their street has been repaired several times because of the truck traffic. If you go back on Glenbrook, it's broken again. Even though they've added twice now to redo the bricking and everything else, there's still ruts in there from the truck, so it's not made for the truck traffic. And building more construction there is just going to add more truck traffic, which they haven't done anything to address. They talk about cars, but they don't talk about the trucks. Let's see what else I got. That's about it. Try to keep it as simple as possible. Any questions for me?
Mr. Little, thank you.
All right.
Kathleen Sowell, Trail Ridge Way.
Hi, I live on Trail Ridge Way in Mansker Farms, and I'd like to express my opposition to the proposed Glenbrook North project. Like many others, I am concerned about the traffic increase in that area. I travel Forest Retreat, Hunt Lane, and Center Point roads daily. That stretch of road from Glenbrook to Mansker Farms is currently less than safe, especially at night. I am already dreading the increase in traffic the expansion of Mansker Farms will bring. It is my understanding that at this time there is no real viable, comprehensive solution to the problem of accommodating this increase in traffic. I understand my information on this may not be current, and I apologize if this is the case. On top of what I am already dreading and what I know is coming, I am, of course, additionally concerned about the increase in traffic that will result from this proposed development. Thank you.
Ms. Sowell, thank you very much. Charlene Faust of Stone Hollow Way.
Hi, I'm Charlene Faust, and I live at 120 Stone Hollow Way. About a year ago, the city received a traffic study in conjunction when we were up here for Mansker Farm that suggested that Center Point Road could not handle any additional traffic based on what was being proposed for the Mansker Farm subdivision. And now we have another approximately 662 motorists going to be put on Center Point Road with the proposal that's going to be coming out of the Glenbrook Way subdivision that's going to be coming right down Forest Retreat, Hunts Lane onto Center Point Road. You know, at some point the city's got to say time out. We just cannot do this until we have infrastructure in place. You know, this is just not viable. You know, Center Point Road is narrow, hilly, 2-lane. In the winter months, there are lots of accidents, cars in the ditch. We just can't do it. The city hasn't had the money to widen it to 4 lanes, and it's going to take decades and years if and ever they will. Let alone coming down Hunts Lane to the bottom of the Center Point Lane. I mean, have you ever tried to do that on ice? Good luck if you don't wind up in the ditch at the bottom of it. I just ask the Boma to think hard about this proposal before you approve it and vote no, because we don't have the infrastructure to support it. Thank you.
Ms. Faust, thank you. Ken Faust, Stone Hollow Way. Kenneth Faust, excuse me.
Ken Faust, I live at 120 Stone Hollow Way. Tonight you're being asked to consider a plan that would allow more high-density housing in a portion of Glenbrook. This is exactly the kind of bad proposal which is usually brought before the city during the holidays, when the few citizens will have time to study it, and fewer still will have a chance to tell you what's wrong with it. It's been my experience that developers love to talk about mixed-use projects and to promise that the business in them will generate enough tax dollars to justify supporting them. What usually happens is that few, if any, of the retail stores get built. Instead, the developer comes back to the city and tells the Boma the market has changed and that he needs to build more high density and little or no commercial. As you know, the taxes we receive from high density don't cover all the costs that come with it. Instead, high density costs the city money because it requires additional city services, infrastructure, and maintenance. In any case, retail thrives at Glenbrook now, as Kroger, Kohl's, Staples, Steinmart, and Target prove year after year, so this developer should have little challenge finding plenty of companies willing to build there. A year ago, when the residents of Masker Farms asked you to turn down a revised plan for their subdivision, 7 of you voted for it anyway, most of you justifying it by saying a reduction of 30 homes meant less traffic on Center Point Road. Tonight's proposal includes 331 townhouse homes and condos, which translates to about 662 additional cars. How will the residents in the new units get to Nashville? The same way my wife just described it. They'll get there the same way the residents of Glenbrook Apartments do. They'll drive west on Forest Retreat and then south on, you guessed it, Center Point Road. If you voted for a small reduction in traffic there a year ago, voting for a huge increase now could make anyone question your smarts, your motives, or both. The developer has said he will widen about 20 feet of Forest Retreat to a 3-lane road. A 3-lane road, unless it's a service road, is for all practical purposes a 2-lane road. Forest Retreat is not a service road. We're also told he'll add an extra southbound lane to Center Point Road between Caldwell Lane and the westbound entrance to the bypass. As someone who's driven that stretch 5 days a week for the last 20 years, I can tell you it's an incredibly dangerous idea. Currently, most, but not all, of the drivers coming off Caldwell head south on Center Point Road to Main Street. Most of the drivers coming south on Center Point turn right onto the bypass. The proposed change means you'll create 2 lanes of cars, all trying to change places with each other in the space of about 100 feet, a surefire recipe for wrecks. This is what you're going to get. The smart thing to do is to lower the number of cars using Center Point Road, and that means turning down the proposed change. One final thought. The primary duty of any city is to protect its citizens. Until recently, it was rare to hear about serious crime in Hendersonville. Now it frequently makes the evening news, and it's not all in one part of the city. We need to stop it for everyone's sake. Hiring and equipping more police officers will cost money. Commercial growth can provide that. More high density won't.
Mr. Faust, thank you. That's the end of our 2 public hearings. Next, we have approval of minutes from the November 14th, 2017 meeting. I entertain a motion to accept those minutes. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of accepting the minutes as presented for the November 14th, 2017 meeting, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. We have passed unanimously with 1 abstention. Alderman Woodcock. Now we have citizens' comments. Citizens' comments are a little bit different than the public hearing, most notably that we have a 5-minute time limit, and there's a couple other rules there that I'm pretty sure that I pointed out to everybody before they signed up. We have several people that are signed up, and the first is Len Jenneman of High Point Acreage. Where'd Len go? There we go.
You've got some handouts. Some of you already have these. I think it'll take a second. Pass them down. Thank you very much. Len Janneman. I live on High Point Anchorage. I've lived there for 28 years, raised 2 boys, went through all 3 schools on the peninsula, and I can tell you that the 28 years I've been there, that the road has never been paved, and probably never was before that either. And although I do live in Ward 4, those of you in Ward 1 and Ward 2, you get the same issue that I'm about to talk about. It's that the issue is small roads in the city that have very poor or worse paving that are very far removed from Main Street and therefore become inefficient. So you have Ward 1 and Ward 2 and Ward 4 all have a lot of red down, if you look at the maps, down at the bottom of the peninsulas. So if you look at the handout, the first one, the color coding says basically that 94% of all the roads in Hendersonville are better than the road that I live on. Okay, so I'm at the very bottom here, High Point Anchorage. If the problem, and my understanding was we did this survey And we talked about it at Public Works. We did the survey so that we would see how big the project is overall, but also so that we wouldn't have politics deciding where we pave, right? The worst roads first. But because it's so underfunded, and the Public Works folks are doing a great job with one hand tied behind their back, right? But they're looking for ways to be efficient. I'm also a licensed professional engineer, so I know it's important to look at a project this size and look for efficiencies, and you want your government to do that. But when there's not enough money, the bottom line is Public Works can always find another road to pave and have a bigger impact on the PCI, the pavement index, pavement condition index, and never show up at the bottom of either one of the peninsulas. So what I like to, if you think about it, I'm not really here to lobby for my road, my street. What I'm here to say is I think we've gotten away from the original intent. The original intent was, that I understood, and I know a number of the aldermen have said the same thing, was we're using this survey to take the politics out of it, and there is no politics involved. But when it's so underfunded and we're looking for efficiencies, that's the same thing. If you look at, as an example, the second page of my handout, High Point Anchorage down here, there's a little section north of Meadow Lake that has 4 houses on it. It's on the schedule for 2017. My section, which is very poor, and that's only rated poor, my section of High Point has 4 times the number of houses, is rated very poor, and it's on the schedule for 3 years later because it's bigger and would take more money, so we had $5,000 we can squeeze in that one little road. That doesn't make any sense. I know we're trying to do the right thing, but it just doesn't compute. So, I think there are really just 2 things I ask for. One is, can we take a step back? And Mr. Skidmore said we talk about this, I guess, at the January Public Works meeting, right? Try to take a look at this. But the original intent was, we're going to do the survey, take care of the worst roads first. Yeah, we have to use some judgment, absolutely, right? We want to spend money judiciously. However, when you look at the way things are unfolding, it's not fair. And you're going to have a whole parade of folks like me up here living on the red streets saying, what happened to my road? So that's one thing. Let's take a look at it. Get back to the original plan. And the second is, let's put a schedule together. I think you folks will get a lot more support from us. I had no idea it was going to take 4 years to pave my road when you started. I was told it was very poor. It was in the bottom 5%. It was on the list. It was on the list for 2020, 2021, whatever. Okay, so I think we ought to put a schedule together, show the folks in here, and you'd have more support for this program year after year. So if you could take a look at those 2 things, I think it would help us all. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Gentleman, thank you. Paul Rocky, High Point Anchorage.
Hi, I'm Paul Rocky. I am here to lobby for my street. Sorry.
Well, it's the same as his street, though, isn't it?
Yeah. He didn't lobby. I used to be in sales, so. It's in pretty bad shape. As the gravel deteriorates more and more, as the asphalt deteriorates more and more, it puts out some gravel as it deteriorates. And it's a really dangerous condition. We get bicycles there. I happen to ride a motorcycle and a bicycle, and you really got to watch what you're doing with the holes, as well as, again, just the loose gravel that, as the road deteriorates more and more at an increasing rate, that's just what you get. My job is, I'm a building manager for 5 commercial properties, 8 parking lots and 2 parking garages downtown. So I know, budgetary concerns you've got to weigh against how deteriorated a certain property is. And no one's got unlimited budget, definitely including you. So I appreciate that you've got to distribute your money as efficiently as possible. But I just wanted you to know, the condition really is bad, and it can be dangerous at times. I want to put a shout out for Public Works. I've called them twice to patch, and boy, they patched. But as you know, water comes, water freezes, pop, right? So I know that you're doing the best you can, but it really is pretty urgent, and if you prioritize as far as conditions of roads, and the danger that proposes, and also, you know, the maintenance costs for those roads over time. That's just something I hope you would take a look at. So thank you for your time.
Mr. Rocky, thank you. Kathy Smith of Manor Way.
Thank you, Mayor Clary. My name is Kathy Smith. I live at 110 Manor Way in Mansker Farms. And I would like to speak regarding the ouster petition that is before the board regarding the junior alderwoman from Ward 3. As you know, the junior alderwoman has pled guilty and been convicted of multiple DUIs since
Careful, Kathy. Go ahead.
What?
I said careful, Kathy. Let's not address the individual. You can address the petition. We're okay. Thank you.
Well, I was going to share an incident where I was approached by this junior alderwoman that was a little uncomfortable. If I'm not allowed to say that, then the only other things that I can say is, as far as the petition, both my husband and I signed it, and we strongly support it, and we do encourage the Boma to vote to have the Sumner County DA investigate further.
That's fine. Appreciate that. And the rule is the comments must address individual issues, not individuals or personalities. So
Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Kathy. Joe Waldron of Lyndhurst Circle.
My name's Joe Waldron. I live at 125 Lyndhurst Circle. I'm in Ward 3. I am going to switch gears a little bit from the last couple of speakers. I'm not talking about pavement tonight. So I was here last month, and there was a couple people said they were tired of getting phone calls about pavement, so hopefully we won't hit that same issue. My issue is I'm going to go over a couple of laws here. And I think these laws are going to be very important for what's coming up very soon. Tennessee Codes Annotated 5510-401 is the DUI statute. The part of that becomes very important to what we have going on is that it's illegal to be on a public roadway intoxicated with a motor vehicle. Well, that becomes important to what we have going on is when you look at Tennessee Code Annotated 847-101. And I'm going to read this because I do not have it memorized nearly as well as the DUI statutes. And I'll answer any questions about the DUI statute if you have a particular one. Every person holding any office of trust or profit under and by virtue of the laws of the state, either state, county, municipal, except such offices as are by constitutional removal only, and exclusively by methods other than those provided in this chapter, who shall knowingly or willfully commit misconduct in office, or who shall knowingly or willingly neglect to perform any duty enjoined upon such officer by any of the laws of the state, or who shall in any public place be in a state of intoxication, produced by strong drink, voluntarily taken, or who shall engage in any form of illegal gambling, or who shall commit any act constituting a violation of any state penal statute involving moral turpitude, shall forfeit such office, and shall be ousted from such office in a manner hereafter provided. You go then down to 8-47-102 or 8-47103. I'll start with 8-47102. The Attorney General and the reporter has the power on the Attorney General's and reporter's own initiative and without any complaint having been made to the Attorney General and Reporter, or request made of them to institute proceedings to oust against any and all state, county, and municipal officers under the provisions of this chapter, and the district attorneys general, county attorneys, and city attorneys within their respective jurisdictions may institute such actions without complaint being made to them or request made from them, as are authorized to institute upon request made from them or complaint made to them. That means the members of this board and the city attorney can do that on their own free will. But if you go down to 8-47-103, it is the duty of the Attorney General and Reporter, the District Attorneys General, County Attorneys, and City Attorneys within their respective jurisdictions, upon notice being received by them in writing that any officer herein mentioned had been guilty of any of the acts, omissions, or offenses as set out in 8-47-101, forthwith to investigate such complaint, and upon investigation such person finds there is reasonable cause for such complaint, such person shall forthwith institute the proceedings in circuit, chancery, or criminal court, or the proper county, to oust that officer from office. Based off of this law, you don't have a choice. One of the words in here is shall. You have been given notice. There has been the petition. It is shall investigate and shall move forward. Are there any questions of me? Thank you.
Mr. Waldron, thank you. Jason DiStefano, Valley Brook Lane. You're really going to switch gears on us, aren't you?
Yes. Briefly. Thank you very much. My name is Jason DiStefano, and I've lived in Hendersonville for over 20 years. I'm also the president and founder of a company that I started in Hendersonville called Green Village Recycling. We started it in 2010. We're located off of Centerpoint Road South. And in the past 7 years, we've provided curbside recycling for residential customers as well as businesses. In addition to that, we provide and operate a recycling drop-off facility at our own cost and no cost to the city. We have limited days and limited hours due to lack of funding, because recycling isn't necessarily the biggest moneymaker. But we wanted to provide that service as a drop-off facility for the city and its residents. We hire locally. We've provided over the years shoreline cleanups. We've provided fundraisers for charities. We've diverted millions of pounds of waste from Tennessee landfills, as reported to the state of Tennessee. We've saved the city of Hendersonville tens of thousands of dollars over the past 7 years. We want to thank the residents, and I personally want to thank the residents and businesses of Hendersonville for supporting Green Village Recycling. But the purpose of my attendance today is to talk specifically about the recycling pilot program. And I want to clarify something. First of all, I want to congratulate the city of Hendersonville for having a recycling pilot program. Secondly, I want to clarify that in a recent newspaper article, it mentioned a local vendor suggested that pilot program, a local vendor. It didn't mention that it was Green Village Recycling, but it was. We provided a turnkey recycling pilot program based on a successful program that we recently finished in Springfield, Tennessee. We shared the results of the pilot program from Springfield. We helped select the neighborhoods in Hendersonville. We helped select the number of homes that would be serviced. We consulted on waste diversion rate goals for this program for the city of Hendersonville. However, fully knowing that this would go to a RFP, request for proposal, we were only one of 2 companies that provided a bid. It was Green Village Recycling, and it was Republic Waste Services, the second largest landfill provider in the United States. The contract went to Republic Waste Services, who significantly underbid our offer. In our opinion, Republic could offer an artificially low bid to protect their interest of cutting their waste service from 8 to 4 pickups, which has been suggested. They had no interest previously in a recycling program. We'd asked the previous administration about that. We were told that they had absolutely no interest. And when I left this building, after putting in the bid, Jerry Burke, who's the representative from Republic said to me, and I quote, "How are we supposed to offer this pilot program for the rate that we've provided," meaning Republic, "and will you take the recycling since you're local because we don't have a local facility to process the material?" At which time I said, "No, sir." Republic had no interest in changing their waste contract to the city, which costs an excess today of $487,000 monthly to landfill waste from Hendersonville, Tennessee. So in summary, Hendersonville now pays approximately $5 million per year to Republic Waste Services, and you now pay an additional fee to them to handle your recycling pilot program. In the words of my grandfather, it's kind of like the fox guarding the hen house. Green Village will do our best to continue to service Hendersonville residents and businesses with recycling and sustainability services. We thank the local community for their support, and we only ask one question. What does it take for a locally owned company like Green Village Recycling to get the support from the city of Hendersonville? Thank you.
Jason, thank you. Patty Needham, Homestead Lane.
I'm Patty Needham. I live at 105 Homestead Lane. I've never done this before, so you just have to, I hope, bear with me. In regards to the petition for the junior alderwoman, I just wanted to say that I know her to do a good job, and we all make mistakes or lapses in judgment, and I think there's more to consider than just the law. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Patty. Appreciate it. Chris Spencer, Ward 5, River Chase. You didn't, but I said it anyway.
Hi, Board. Nice to see you. Before I get started on what I want to talk about, I'm actually thrilled to be here tonight. I didn't plan on speaking. I plan on seeing Jamie on another issue with our blasting in our ward. But I want to commend the folks that came up here and talked about the rezoning issue, because I love to see that these people that care about our community actually come up here to this microphone, because it's not that easy to do. And so I want to thank all of you, because if we have to start rezoning things that have already been zoned by other planning, then we're doing something wrong. And we got so many issues to deal with before we need to have more issues. So I pray that we don't change our rezoning. I'm not. Again, I didn't plan on speaking. I'm not happy that we have this item on the other agenda concerning the woman from Ward 3. This is a legal matter, the way I read it, and I've been here many times. And when there's a legal issue, this board goes into a private room and they discuss it. And I know there was a petition signed, and I know I think you need 10 signatures to get a petition done, and you can try to do the ouster proceedings. That's done. I think this was just publicly just wrong. We can do that in private. We have better taste. I don't support what happened to you, Angie, but I support you. You've come in here and taken this public flogging, and I feel sorry for you.
Chris, thank you. Next we have our committee reports. Finance Committee, Chairman Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. Our Finance Committee met tonight at 6:30. All members were present. We reviewed our minutes and they got approved. The mayor spoke at our Finance Committee meeting as well. Sales tax collections are up by 4.5%. However, we think that we're still not booking about $300,000 in sales tax due to some consumer purchases online. So we're researching that right now. Ordinance and resolutions, 2017-43, accepting a federal grant and amending budget ordinance 2017-23 by appropriating $6,828.34 for bulletproof vests for the police department was passed unanimously. Ordinance number 2017-44, stormwater ordinance, appropriating funds for $131,525 was passed by a vote of 2 to 1. Resolutions. Resolution 2017-40 to declare equipment owned by the city to be surplus property and directing disposal of same was passed. Resolution 2017-44 to the Tennessee General Assembly requesting authority to impose a hotel-motel tax in the city of Hendersonville was passed by a vote of 2 to 1. Presentation by, there was a presentation that was made at the Finance Committee by Municity Group, which showed us how we can we can implement a accounts payable system. Review of the revenue report for October. We had a local revenue of up by 128.8%. County revenue at 54.4%. Total state revenue 87.6%, and total operating revenue at 115.8%. And then we had our sales tax report. Our year-to-date sales tax was up by 8.36%, or an additional $403,474 year over year. And that's my report, Mayor. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Chairman Cunningham. Chairman Sprouse, General Committee.
No report, Mayor.
Appreciate that, Chairman Sprouse. Chairman Brown, Public Safety Committee.
Report, Mayor.
Appreciate that, Chairman Brown. Chairman Skidmore, Public Works Committee.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just two quick things. We just had about a 2.5-hour meeting tonight, but the two most important things I think that have been mentioned tonight is one is about paving, and we had two residents that Hendersonville come out and talk about it tonight. And Lynn, you were like we said in committee, you're exactly right. Our new paving plan for the city of Hendersonville is brand new. Look forward to the implementation of that plan. But I think we've resolved the issues that you brought forward to Public Works, and I wanted to let the Board of Mayor and Aldermen know about that as well as the public. I think we've resolved that issue. We plan to meet specifically on the paving items, and so the paving, the road paving won't, there are roads that are like that that won't slip through the cracks like that, because apparently his street did, and we're working to resolve that, and I think we've got it fixed where it's not going to be an issue. But these kind of things are going to come up. I will tell you that. And I was always open to that. That's why I was always open to any alderman or any our constituents or anybody in the city of Hendersonville, that has kept up with the paving. Please let us know, because the way that we can be effective for you is for you to tell us if we've missed something. And so, and Lynn so graciously has come forward and said, well, hey, I got something for you. Let's talk about it. And we did, and he was right. And so by doing that, I think we've resolved our issue, and Alderman Gilley was there and pointed out some other issues that Alderman Brown, and he had some issues with the program that I think is beneficial for us to know. And so I'm excited to getting to the January meeting to specifically work on those issues. I wanted to talk about that, and then also the other thing is we are still working on the stormwater drainage ordinance. There was an ordinance passed tonight to go to finance, and we look forward to having that ordinance come before you in our next. Pat, Alderman Campbell, when is it in our January meeting?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. It'll be in our January meeting. So other than those two specific points, I'll have a full report for the Board of Mayor and Aldermen at our December meeting, because that will be the last meeting that we we'll possibly have, I think, Mayor, we may only have one board meeting in December, so we can celebrate Christmas and be with our families. And then I will give you a full report, a year-ending report on that December meeting. And I look forward to giving that report because it'll be showing you how far we've come and where we're going. And I think you'll find it very positive. And other than that, I'll just relay that. We had some other issues, but we'll delay those until that next meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Chairman Skidmore, thank you.
All
Chairman Campbell, Capital Projects Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We met November 20th at 5 o'clock. We had 8 aldermen in attendance, and items that we discussed, Saunders Ferry Walking Trail has been sent back to the engineers for redesigning due to cost overages. It's going to be re-advertised in 2 to 3 months. The railroad underpass at Winston Hills, the local interchange connector, the first phase is proceeding as scheduled, and the plans have been presented to TDOT. The Walton Ferry, Old Shackle Island Road realignment. Marshall delivered the check and the contract to TDOT and agreed to proceed with the project. We've also agreed to extend that project all the way down to Noakes Drive. So it'll be from Noakes Drive on Walton Ferry all the way to Volunteer Drive on Old Shackle Island for the road realignment there. And the state has taken possession of the Volunteer State Bank building too. Jakes Creek at Stop 30. The project is in the design phase. Then we'll proceed with the right-of-way purchase phase. And this could take 18 months in the meantime. And Public Works will be doing some road improvements out there along the shoulder and things of this nature. Traffic signals, the first phase. First is the software component, which is being bid, I understand, at this time. And we're in the middle of the process, and then we'll go to construction. It's a long time overdue. Been talking about it for 3 years now. And Fire Hall number 2 is we've reviewed the blueprints in our packet. And we've discussed in 3 to 4 weeks we should have a cost analysis on the project, the scope of that project as well. Capital improvements, let's see, Alderman Cunningham pointed out that we need to look into our impact fees for future developments here in Hendersonville. Alderman Hedberg inquired about the Center Point Road, more study between Caldwell Lane and 386, adding another signal at the off-ramp are being considered for those people who are asking questions regarding Center Point Road. And then we also discussed the horse barn. And that's my report, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Chairman Campbell, thank you. Alderman Woodcock.
Quick question, just to clarify. We're doing a study currently to determine the amount of the impact fees, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The way you said that, it was like we should do something. I was like, well, thank you.
Well, she said that's why.
Yeah, that's what I make sure.
I apologize if I confused you. I apologize.
Mayor. Excuse me, Mayor.
Alderman Skidmore.
Yes, sir. Just a quick question. What was Alderman Woodcock's question? We couldn't hear it.
Alderman Woodcock.
I was asking if we were currently having a study completed to determine the fee for the new impact fee for developers.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. We're good. Okay. Appreciate all of you. Alderman Petrelli, Planning Commission.
No report.
Alderman Woodcock, Henderson Horizons.
No report.
Okay. The mayor's report. A couple things. First off, I'd like to have Steve Mills come up here and tell you a little bit about the home grants and stuff that's coming up.
Do you want me to say it or you?
As part of my report, and I got a couple other items as well. Go ahead, Steve.
My goodness, in deference to your agenda, I'll try to be quick. We're having the public meeting that y'all were asking about on December the 7th at 6 p.m. in this room. I think in your last packet you received that notice. We've also delivered those to several different agencies within town that cross paths with those that need this help. And I would ask that you also, if you're aware of people in your wards that could use this money, it's $500,000 is available. Cindy Raymond with GNRC will be here. She's the grant administrator. She'll be here to answer questions, and she'll have applications. Hopefully we'll address any questions that may be about the home grant. Again, in deference to your hefty schedule, tonight I'll That's all I have unless you have any questions. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Steve. The guy sitting to Steve Mills' right, who is still sitting, hopefully Rod will stand up and wave to everybody and turn around and look at the camera. The reason he looks familiar is because there was pictures in the newspaper not too long ago. He is our new assistant for economic development. To put it succinctly, Rod's job is to help us pave roads. It's to help us provide services. It's to help us do a lot of things. His job is to help develop economic activity in Hendersonville. And it's good to have you, Rod. He started yesterday, and he's going to stay with us for a long, long time because he's going to be very successful. No pressure, Rod. Sorry about that. So, thank you for being here as well. Alderman Gilly, do you want to start with golf course?
Sure. Glad to.
It's still part of my report.
Just wanted to give everybody an update on the golf commission. The new roof was put on the pro shop. An insurance check was given for about half the cost, and then we had in the budget from the city $10,000 for capital improvements, so that covered some of what was left. Also, they got out to bid repairs on the maintenance building roof out there. The key point of that is the golf course still has $10,000 in their budget also for a capital improvement that they're planning to make that better be made. But the plan is to install a good fan. I'm speaking to golfers in the audience on one of the greens that will help us keep it alive and allow us to use some money to do some other things there. But also, the golf commission voted to raise the greens fee for the first time in 2 years, $1. That's important because they were losing $15,000 a year towards debit and credit card fees. Not many people use cash anymore, and they were having to put in their budget $15,000 to cover that fee. The hope of the commission was that raising this fee $1 across the board will help offset some of that cost. They have about 23,000 rounds played out there every year, and hopefully this will be, we'll see how it goes. Hopefully this will offset some of that and maybe convince people to pay cash more often. That could be good too. That is my report from about the golf course commission.
Appreciate that. Can you also fill people in about what's going on with the committee, the citizens group concerning the Beatty property?
Yes, sir. As you all know, it's been an issue here. We had a big community meeting at the Indian Lake Church about the Beatty property that has been offered to the city for purchase. Since that time, a small group of citizens has organized and met twice. They're planning to meet again tomorrow here. We've offered up City Hall for them to meet at 5 o'clock Wednesday night. I would assume anyone's welcome to come. They will have an agenda. They will have a structure, but anybody can say anything they want. Their goal basically is to be prepared once the appraisal comes back that the city has done on the property to move forward to try to raise funds from the citizens of the peninsula to help preserve the property as green space. They want to be prepared and be ready to act quickly if that's going to be an option based on the appraisal that they get. I also know that the property owners have kind of said December 31st they'd like to see if the cities or the citizens are going to move forward with something. I think if they see intent, they'll be willing maybe to work with us, but they've at the same time continued to work with developers to perhaps bring something forward. Also, I mean, it would be hopeful if the goal would be to keep it as green space and everybody happy. Hopefully, if that cannot happen, they can come back with some sort of different PUD than they got the first time, since we lost the opportunity to do that before. That is my report.
Alderman Gilly, thank you. Rest of some things I want to bring up. December 26th, we are not going to meet. That's typically our second meeting in December. We'll cancel that. Also, I want to wish good luck and encourage anybody who's got some spare time on Thursday to go to Cookeville. We have several Hendersonville residents that are playing for a state championship for Beach High School's football team. Certainly wish them well, and I believe the game is at 7 Thursday night at Cookeville, and I think it's also live streamed on twsaa.org. So certainly wish them good luck and hope to have them up here sometime in the future and congratulate them on state championship. One other thing, a year ago tomorrow, a lot of us took these seats up here, and I certainly did for the first time as well. I appreciate what y'all have done. Appreciate the help you've given me, and I appreciate the time and the effort that you put into your job, and I look forward to continue with that for the next 3 years. Thank you.
Mayor, can I ask for a break of your length of your determination?
With my 1 year's experience, you feel like I'm good at doing that. All
right, let's do it for 10 minutes.
We have a motion from the vice mayor for 10-minute break.
Second.
And that means at 9:10 we'll come back. Do we have a second? Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
An hour and
There you go. There you go.
I can speak on it, don't I?
You will be a little bit later. You have to speak from over there. Yeah. Okay, we're ready to get started again. Next on our agenda is item B from other agenda items, which we moved up before ordinance and resolutions, and that is discussion of a petition calling for removal of Alderman Hedberg. Again, this is not a trial or investigation, and this is something Alderman Hedberg will not be allowed to participate in because of a conflict. We have a petition in front of us and a request that the district attorney for Sumner County investigate that, and that's all that we were asking for in that case. So we have two people in the queue. So Alderman Hedberg, I'm going to have to ask you to step aside. I am going to give you an opportunity to speak in a few minutes from the podium over there. Alderman Woodcock.
Thank you, Mayor. Two things. First, if I understood the citizen during citizen comments, was he implying that our city attorney could take action? And if so, could you ask the city attorney if that's correct?
I'm going to have our city attorney answer that.
I've spoken with I've spoken with the disciplinary board concerning this. They felt that there would be a conflict of interest. Under the statute, there are several people that could bring it, but it seems that if there's going to be an investigation, because I deal with all the aldermen and represent all the aldermen on a daily or weekly basis, that it would be better for this to be brought by the Sumner County District Attorney, for him to be the one to do the investigation, to remove any hint of any kind of a conflict.
And what starts that process? Our action or someone handing the petition to the district attorney?
The district attorney has asked that this board show its will on this issue so that he knows, which direction to go.
Like other legal matters, should we not handle that in private session, executive session?
The only matters we handle in private session are having to do with pending litigation. We're not in any litigation here. This is just a request for an investigation.
Gotcha. I think everyone knows, if you're on Facebook, you know how I feel about it after a few months ago incident, but at the same time, I'm personally not comfortable having the discussion in public. I feel like it'd be like a public lashing, in my personal opinion. I'm not saying that I do not want it investigated. I just feel very awkward going through that process. And that's more of a statement than a question or anything, but if it's up to us to request it, then I think we should just simply say or have a vote to request it, not discuss it, not try to be investigators. I would prefer it just to be very clean, make a motion for it to be investigated by the district attorney, and I'd like to see someone second it, vote on it, and move on, versus having a 20-minute discussion on the actions. Thank you.
Yeah, this was under discussion, but you're welcome to make a motion.
That's my motion.
Okay, and I'm going to second it. I feel I have an obligation to do that. So we have a motion and a second. We do have Alderman Sprouse in the queue to speak. Go ahead, Alderman Sprouse.
Thank you. I'll make it very brief since we have a motion on the floor. I can imagine we're all very, very uncomfortable with this because I'm not comfortable when we have to vote to fill a vacancy because we're stepping in the place of people in another ward and choosing a representative. I'm not very happy in this situation because it could create a situation where we could be viewed as undoing an election, the will of the people. And but as we can see with other decisions we'll have tonight, we may not always agree with the outcome of living up to our obligation to follow the law or an interpretation of the law. We may not agree with that, but that doesn't excuse us from our responsibility to follow with that. I'm going to concur with the previous motion. I think it would be unfortunate and inappropriate for any member of the staff of this city to be involved in such an investigation. It's very important to me. I mean, the district attorney, in his case, is not even the one to make the final determination. I think he is making a recommendation, and the final determination would have to be made by a judge who is in the position to judge. And but what I'd like to do is, if it's going to require us to tell the district attorney that we're okay with doing his job because other options aren't on the table because of potential conflicts, then I am happy. I'm not happy. I'm honor bound to do that, even if I don't like the potential outcome of that investigation. It's been presented to us what the law is and what the obligations are. Thank you.
Alderman Hedbrook, do you wish to speak?
Yes.
Completely up to you. Go ahead.
I want to speak to the audience, actually. I made a mistake. I made a wrong choice. I made a bad judgment. Nobody but my family and a few odd people in Hendersonville have any idea why that happened. Unfortunately, you're never going to. It's personal, it's private, and I wish I could tell you, but I can't. Choices that you make have sometimes some bad consequences. I do not believe for 1 minute that what I did has affected in any way, shape, or form my ability to be the alderman in your ward, if you're in here from Ward 3, at all. I made a public apology on Fox News Channel 17. For those of you who did not see that, I apologized to all the citizens in Hendersonville for my behavior. I also told them that this is not an indication of my behavior in past years. This was an isolated incident that happened to me, and I made a stupid mistake. This petition is purely political. This is for my seat. The person that started this petition was appointed to my seat and lost the election. I think we need to change the charter that says if you're appointed and lose an election, you cannot be appointed a second time. And I will work on that. My family has been ridiculed over the last several months. My children in school, they know what happened. They don't know the details either, but they know what Mom did and that Mom made an error, a wrong, stupid judgment. The petition is not valid because I was not found guilty nor charged with being publicly drunk in public. I was not charged in Sumner County either, so that should have some merit on that petition. The signatures on that petition are 78 from 54 households. Less than 1% of the people who voted for me signed that petition. Less than 1%. I worked hard in that election. I am still the same person you voted for. I don't think any of us in here tonight, none of us, could walk out of this door and walk across Hickory Lake without sinking. We don't live in glass houses. We none of us walk on water. I made a decision without the courts say so to go to Alcoholics Anonymous class, which I do 3 times a week. Sometimes it's only 2. That was my choice. I made it. I made a decision so my husband would be comfortable because he works away most of the time, knowing that I was not going to have something happen and get in the vehicle again. I put an interlock device in my car. My choice. I have made and done, in my eyes, all the right things that I can do to make this right for myself, for my family, and to not disgrace the board. That is the last thing I want to do. I am still your alderwoman. I am still going to be your alderwoman. I am not stepping down. I worked too hard for this. There is not one single thing in my entire life that I have started and stopped. Not one. And I don't want this to be the one. I'm asking those people who signed that petition to reconsider and rescind that petition, because it is only for political purpose. They want to change the way the votes are on the board, and I'm one of the seats that they need. I am sorry again for what I did. Believe me, you have no idea. I have no bank account left. This has gone above and beyond. Every time I think it's fine and I can continue to start with my life, with my husband and my children, so my children don't have to keep picking up the newspaper off the sidewalk with a picture of their mommy on the front page. Albeit they did do a nice picture last time. I was okay with that. But that's not what I want my kids to do. Okay? Theoretically, it could have been a good thing that happened, because I don't think my kids will ever pick up a drink. Just like they'll never pick up a cigarette because they never got to meet their grandmother, because she smoked and died of lung cancer. My children take that seriously. So please, leave me alone. Leave my family alone. Let me do the job that I was elected by a landslide to do, because I am very capable of continuing to do this. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Hedberg, thank you. Alderman Petrelli. Alderman Petrelli.
Thank you, Mayor. Being respectful to the junior alderman in Ward 5, Angie, I pray for you. But I do want to say that blaming your actions as a political move, as something that you instigated,
Hey, Alderman Petrelli, please address me.
bothers me. When a citizen is driving down a road of which over 600 children alone are going to and from school every day, who are just learning to drive, much less everybody else in our city who is driving, it concerns me. I have a big heart for human people, for redemption. None of us are without fault. I have not seen many people up here cast a stone in this situation. But I ask for some less victimization of the situation directed at us. And I think the silver lining in this is that it has exposed loopholes in our DUI laws that a person can be charged with as a first-time DUI offender twice, a loophole that needs to be closed. I suggest that you speak to your state representatives about that. I've already sent a list of 9 suggestions to make our roads safer in regards to DUI laws in our state, which are very weak. So I encourage you to please reach out to those state representatives. Tell them that Alderman Petrelli mentioned it. But thank you.
Alderman Petrelli, thank you. We have a motion that has been properly seconded. We have nobody else in the queue wishing to speak. All those in favor of adopting the motion to respond to this petition asking for an investigation into the removal of Alderman Hedberg, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Next item on the agenda. Next item on the agenda is second reading of ordinance 2017-33. This is an ordinance to approve a revised preliminary development plan for Jack Anderson property. Alderman Petrelli.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Alderman Petrelli, would you wish to speak on this?
No, Mayor.
Alderman Sprouse.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start.
I'm sorry, Alderman Sprouse. The second was from somebody down there. Alderman Waters, thank you. Alderman Strauss, go ahead. Thank you.
If y'all will indulge me, I'm going to ask Mr. Free to come up and talk a little bit more about the current zoning. I know this was presented during first reading, but that was some time ago, and there's some people in the room and some people who may be watching who did not see that first time. One of the things I think is very important is we're not, the rezoning is not from a non-commercial use to a commercial use. It's just to change a list of permitted uses within an existing commercial zone. So, Mr. Free, if you could address that, the uses, current uses, and some, well, I'll leave it to you.
Okay, thank you, Alderman Strauss. What we have before us this evening is it's a rezoning of the property to add a use and to remove some uses from office plan development to general commercial plan development. Some of the things, and we had discussed this, and it was brought up, I think, at the last meeting. Some of the things that you can already do on the property with the current plan development. I'll just hit some of those things. There's a long list of them. Credit unions, insurance carriers, real estate brokers, savings and loan associations, advertising agencies, commercial cleaning services, communication services, credit reporting services, drafting services, employment personnel and temporary help services, exterminating services, mailing, reproduction, and commercial art services, membership organizations like automobile clubs and different labor unions and things like that, photo finishing services, research and development laboratories, travel agencies, vehicular and equipment rental and leasing services, and then also some other, these next services that I'm listing, they're things that you could do in the existing plan development, but they are things that the applicant is requesting to remove from the list of what can be done on the property. Those are funeral and crematory services, clothing repair and rental, photographic studios, training schools, driving schools, pet care, and pet grooming. So those are some of the things that are allowed on the property currently. And then what the applicant's requesting is to basically change the zoning and the list of uses that would allow for the indoor storage facility.
And the design elements are part of that request?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they would have to meet design requirements, and they would still, through this process, if this was approved this evening, it would still have to go back once the building design was fully completed. We go through design review and through the site plan process back through the Planning Commission.
Right, thank you. This is very similar, as I spoke just a few minutes ago, about sometimes we have to make decisions. We may not necessarily agree with the conclusions, but we have to respect the process and the rules and what leads us there. And this, in many ways, makes me think, I'm a parent, and my kids are nearly grown and starting to make some of their own decisions. And there are times when I may not necessarily agree with a decision that they've made or conclusion that they've made, not anything big and anything negative, but there's no reason for me to say no. And it's there, and they have certain freedoms and certain abilities, and the same thing works with property rights and with people. And there are times someone comes to this board and asks for a change, and we may not have reasons to necessarily say yes or like to say yes, but it's very hard for us to say no because the request is reasonable and follows guidelines. And it's unfortunate during these conversations that we've had here in committee and outside the meeting that we hear that we're not listening or that we don't care. We care. I care deeply, and I don't think there's any member of this board who does not care deeply. No one goes through everything that it takes to get up here and to stay up here and do the job well if they don't care deeply. And we listen in committee and listen to phone calls and read emails and at doorsteps and at the grocery store, sometimes on the sidelines at soccer games and places like that. But I went through, and I apologize, but so many points were made previously during the public hearing that just to show we care. And these are all points that I have considered over the weeks and have researched and discussed with people, some in planning, some in the neighborhood. But the idea that this business would benefit less than half of 1%, I don't know what that number is. But I will tell you the majority of people of Hendersonville will never patronize this business. But guess what? I have lived here my entire life so far. And I have never patronized half the businesses in Hendersonville. But it doesn't mean they have a clientele. They don't have a clientele. And it doesn't mean that they don't provide a needed service. And it doesn't mean that they don't have a right to conduct business in an orderly, legal, and responsible way. I will tell you that they will provide a service to residents. I know that this is a service my family has used, particularly older members of my family who are in transition. And I know that this will be convenient to a significant number of people I represent, because there's no services like that near half my ward. One thing that I've really considered is that let me give you an example. Many years ago, we had to change the PUD at Glenbrook because we didn't have a zoning that fit a Starbucks. And the reason why we didn't have a zoning that fit a Starbucks was because in the mid-late 90s, when that PUD was developed, there wasn't anyone in Hendersonville who could foresee, at least in a planning standpoint, who could foresee a place where you would go in and get a $5 or $6 cup of coffee. We only had zoning for full-service restaurants and fast food restaurants. We had to go in and change because the market changed. It wasn't that we were doing something different or something bad. It was just we were reacting to the market. I think that probably when this original list of uses was proposed, that the people who were considering that list did not foresee someone spending multiple millions of dollars on an interior storage building that was brick and glass on the outside, and to the person who drove by or the person who walked by, it looked like an office building. Just like at one point people didn't realize that there would be such a thing as a $5 or $6 coffee shop. We hear that we should work for a business that has more employees, and that's good. That's a noble desire, is to create as many jobs as possible. It's also a noble desire to get the best and highest use that provides the highest tax revenue. But we can't ask for more employees at a location, and we can't ask for sales tax revenue and more sales tax revenue at a location, at the same time ask for less traffic. Because employees create traffic. And most importantly, customers create traffic. We have the benefit here, the opportunity here, to do something that looks and operates from almost every way, from an impact standpoint to the surrounding neighborhood, like an office building, except for one thing: it doesn't have the traffic. It has 5 parking spaces. We have an obligation to make reasonable decisions. That's our obligation. It's not to question someone's business plan. It's not to say, well, you should have a right to be in this business, or you shouldn't have a right to do business in Hendersonville because someone else is doing this business. The market decides that. We've heard about the impact upon drainage and upon other type of development infrastructure issues. That should be completely off the table. And I'll tell you why. Because the current zoning would allow someone to come in and build a building that looks exactly like what's being proposed. Same footprint, same amount of impervious surfaces, any sort of change that we have. And that would have the same impact on drainage, and it would have the same impact upon traffic, maybe more impact upon traffic. But it's through the development process of going to the Planning Commission and going to the planning staff that these, and our public works staff, that these issues are addressed. It's questions being raised about what goes in the structure. Well, the first question is I don't know exactly what's going to go in, but I can tell you generally what's going to go in. The things that are going to go into a storage building in Hendersonville are going to be things that my neighbors put in them. That's it. I mean, that's primarily it. They've addressed concerns. I think there's a higher level of security with one entrance, carded entrance. So you see if you have someone coming in on a more than one time a day, more than one time a week, there's video cameras. I don't think there's any other storage facility in Hendersonville that can provide that level of accountability. But the thing we're running into is when we're judging who's going to be using the storage building and what they're going to be putting in each of those units, we're really judging ourselves. We're judging our neighbors. And absolutely coincidentally, after General Committee, when we had this discussion, I left this meeting and was driving home and received a call from a friend, a guy I go to church with, who just happened to be retired for many, many years, Metro Police Department as a detective. And he said, well, what was the meeting about? And I told him, and he kind of chuckled at the idea that meth labs are going in storage buildings. And he said, I can tell you that they're not going into storage units. He said, there are way too many weekly rental hotels in Nashville. There's way too many inexpensive rental units in other neighborhoods and other markets, that there's no one's watching. There's no judgment, there's no staff, there's no cameras, there's no cards. He says, when we're going in and busting meth labs, and they're getting fewer, most of the time when people we're dealing with meth, they're actually bringing it in from outside the country now because it's so much harder to make it here with Sudafed and all the other ingredients being regulated. He said, this isn't an issue. And I just want to say that I really appreciate all the thought and all the concern that people have brought into this. But it all boils down really for me for one question. I was asked this in General Committee. This was next to my parents' house. If this was next to my child's school, this was next to my own home, would I want it? If I lived in a home that was next to a commercial lot on Gallatin Road, and I heard the list of businesses that could go in there, could be applied tomorrow, and this board would have no say whatsoever. As long as their building looked right, as long as it fit structurally, yes, I would take this. If I owned the office building next door, I would take this. Because what better neighbor to have if you're in the business of trying to rent offices than a next door neighbor that looks like an office building but isn't competition. I apologize for taking so long. I appreciate the board for indulging me on this, but I just wanted to show that these are all points that I have considered. And just because we may not agree doesn't mean I don't listen. And just because we may not draw the same conclusion doesn't mean I don't care. It's because of the care that I go through each of these points every time I make this type of decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Strauss. Alderman Hedberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Am I on? Yep. Well, my fellow alderman kind of covered a lot of ground there. So I'm going to make this quick as I can. I concur with my fellow alderman there. I actually went, and I know a few other aldermen actually drove out to Franklin to see the product. I'm more of a visual. I like to actually see it. You know, I know a picture tells 1,000 words, but when you actually look at a building, sometimes it's different, and you can get a better idea. Bo took the time, walked me through the, it's very, very secure, very secure. It's a state-of-the-art building. On the inside, doesn't look like that on the outside, but I think that's a good thing. I mean, it doesn't look like it's full of security cameras and all of this stuff. So on the outside, it just looks like a regular building. I spent quite a bit of time speaking to Bo, and I looked at the property, and on one side you have Simmons Bank, and on the other side you have Regions Bank. They're both brick with white tops and white framing, white windows. That building, the city of Hendersonville could have Bo do that exact same coloring, so it would fit right in. I got a phone call from Mr. Roden, Chuck, on a Saturday, I think we spent about an hour. I went to the home of Mr. and Mrs. Henderson, yes, correct. I spent about an hour there. And he did put some other things into perspective. One of his concerns, as he's already said, is the amount of jobs it's not going to create. But one of his other concerns was the lack of sales tax, that we're not going to get any sales tax. It's not true, Mr. Roden. We stand to get anywhere from $30,000 to $40,000 a year in sales tax just from that storage unit, from equipment that they sell, boxes and tape and wrapping and such like that. So we will be getting some sales tax dollars from there. Would we like more? Yes. But at least it's something. It's not nothing. I do believe that the drainage issues are all going to be addressed. Some by the developer, some by Public Works. They're horrendous. I applaud you. I don't know how you guys have lived that long with that kind of a drainage issue. I would have been down here every single day, knocking on the door. So, but it is going to get taken care of. And again, it's another issue with less traffic, you know. I'm not particularly a fan of us needing any more office buildings anywhere else at this point. And that is going to cause less traffic. And I think he's, like most developers, they all work hard. But yes, they all know what they're getting into from the beginning. So they understand it can go either yes or it can go no. So it's money spent. And I guess I'm just going to end by, I am going to be a yes vote tonight. Thank you for listening.
Alderman Hedberg, thank you. Alderman Waters.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try not to take up as much time as some do, but
you're addressing me, right? Is that
storage facilities in Hendersonville? I know we've got 4, maybe 5, just in Hendersonville. We got 2 or 3 in our ward. I'm not too concerned about what they have in Franklin. It doesn't change my thoughts at all. No, I didn't go look at it, but I did spend a good hour and a half with Mr. Alexander and his wife who live here. He's blind. They've lived there, I think, what, 35 years probably? Am I right? 35 years? It breaks my heart to even think somebody would want to build right next to this beautiful home, and I mean right next to it. I looked at the markers, at the stakes that's been put up. Keith, I don't see Chip. Do you know what will be done to see that this never happens again?
Which one you want?
Chip.
Okay, let's go with Keith. I think Keith's better to answer this.
Yeah, I'll be able to address that.
Yeah, let's address this particular, and if you want these pictures, come look at them,
Yeah.
but it's a...
I think I've seen those, and evidently at different times there's flooding issues with the property along the ditch line, and it probably has, there's probably a lot of different issues that are associated with that, but through the site plan development process, the city engineer's office, would require a drainage plan, and it would have to would have to address, whatever existing problems that exist on that. And to be honest with you, if the cost to correct the drainage problems are so high on any development, then that development doesn't actually occur. So in this particular, and the developer could speak to it, but in this particular situation, the actual design for how they're going to deal with the drainage and those drainage issues that are resulting on that picture, that would have to be something that's done through that site plan process and doing an actual detailed drainage plan, which the developer hasn't done to this point, which is normal. They're getting the plan development changed, and then they've got to go to the next step. But it's very possible if those costs are so costly to correct some of those things, then any developer would have to revisit at the time, even if this is approved, to see what, if that site is still worthy of putting a significant investment on.
But in your site plan, can you address something like this ahead of time? I mean,
yeah.
it happens all the time, I've been told.
Yeah,
It just didn't happen yesterday.
Yeah, that's something that'll through that site plan process, they'll submit a drainage plan to the city engineer, and he'll review all of that and make sure that they're addressing those issues. But the topos and all of that, and I believe the city engineer is aware of those issues with the photos, and just to make sure that it's addressing whatever's creating that problem, is that's being addressed. And that, more than likely, it would be costly to mitigate that. But I think the developers are aware of that particular issue.
But it can be done. It will be done.
It would have to be done.
It would have to be done.
It would have to be done as far as the site plan process and the drainage plan that would have to be submitted. It's
Well-
not, and when developers are submitting drainage plans, they're very detailed and they're very thoroughly reviewed through our Public Works Department. So, it's a pretty high bar. They have to make sure that they're addressing all of those things.
Okay, thank you, Keith.
Okay, thank you.
A previous speaker 2 or 3 times ago made a statement about the developer's request was reasonable. I think our citizens that live there, Mr. and Ms. Alexander, if I'm right by the name, they have the right to be reasonable by saying, no, we don't want that next door to us. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to vote against it, and I thank you for your time.
Alderman Waters, appreciate that. Thank you. Being properly moved and seconded with nobody else in the queue. All those in favor of second reading of ordinance 2017-33, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. Let's call the roll. Let's call the roll, please.
Brown?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Cunningham? No. Frost?
Same.
Hedberg?
Yes.
Gilly?
No.
Petrelli?
Yes.
Skidmore?
No.
Sprouse?
Yes.
Stamper?
Yes.
Waters?
No.
Woodcock? Clary?
Yes. Would anybody who abstained wish to change the vote? Go ahead, Ken. That passes by a vote of 7 to 5 with 1 abstention. Next item on the agenda is first reading of ordinance 2017-39. This is an ordinance to rezone the property located on the south side of Avondale Road, east of Laverne Circle. Alderman Petrelli?
So moved.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. Being properly moved and seconded with nobody else wishing to speak on this. All those in favor of first reading of ordinance 2017-39, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. That passed unanimously. Next, we have first reading of ordinance 2017-41. This is an ordinance rezoning the property located on the east side of Carrington Road, south of East Main Street. Alderman Petrelli?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Alderman Petrelli? Alderman Sprouse?
Thank you. Appreciate the board allowing us to defer this so we could have some additional conversations. I had some concerns. We didn't have, the applicant doesn't have much of a track record in Hendersonville. One of the things that concerned me is that the zoning is general and does not require this specific use and design. It doesn't have the benefit of a PUD, and a PUD can't be applied because of the smaller size of the lot. And just wanted to get a better feel for business practices, business background. I want to say that I had opportunity to sit down and meet with the applicant and his representative, had a very good conversation, found out a little bit more about business practices, some of the people who were involved, found out had opportunity to discuss with some of the folks who were involved with him here locally, bankers and things like that involved, and everyone speaks very, very highly. This is someone that, that I feel like that we can trust and we can work with. Most importantly, This property, it's an important project, but it's a relatively small project. I consider it to be very much a down payment because the applicant has significant investments in Hendersonville that will require us to make other decisions. And I feel very comfortable in that type of situation because if someone doesn't handle a small project well, they're in a very, very difficult situation if they're working with our planning staff, our planning commission, and this board when we have to do a decision on a much, much larger scale. And I appreciate the board for giving me that time to have that comfort. I voted against recommending this in general committee, and in the meantime, can now say that I recommend this very highly. Thank you.
Alderman Petrelli.
Thank you, Mayor. Forgive my still being a new alderman. This is my second year, but I would like to know what the aldermen in this ward think about this project.
They got no obligation to tell you, but we'll look down that end of the table and see if they press their button.
To you.
Okay.
I'll listen to see what he says. You junior alderman want to go first? I'll be frank with you, I'm not going to support it. I think it's probably a good project and it's got a good merit to it, but that's just stuffing it in there. And I'm concerned about drainage back there. I haven't gotten a lot of calls, except I did get a few out of the folks at apartments that are on the opposite side, and their complaint was, you know, it's just going to cloud it or make it worse with traffic in there. Coming out of that street is already a hassle to get out. But my main concern is just stuffing too many houses or putting them on that small area. But on the flip side of it is the ingenuity of the type house they're wanting to build. I just wish they'd take that project and go somewhere where they can spread it out and make it a little bit more feasible. I'm just not a big fan of cramming them in there if you can.
Alderman Petrelli,
Is that what you wanted to know?
Thank you.
Alderman Petrelli, you still have the floor.
Go for it.
I'm done. Thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Woodcock.
I was going to.
Oh, okay. Alderman Strauss.
I forgot one other thing in my conversation. Forgot one other thing, and part of my conversations was talking with our planning staff, but also talking planning staff from a neighboring city, just to brainstorm to see what we could do to get around the lack of being able to put a PUD on this. And one very important thing was pointed out to me. This is a downzoning. This is actually a lower impact use than what's currently on the property. A few minutes ago, we were discussing taking one type of commercial use and allowing another type of commercial use. In this case, we actually have a commercial property surrounded by residential, multifamily high density residential, with the request to take it to a lower impact, lower trafficked, detached housing. These are individual homes, not apartments, not condos. These are individual homes that our planning staff and planning staff from another city said is going to generate less traffic, less noise, less impact upon these people who surround them, who already live in attached multifamily high-density housing. So we may not like seeing this property develop, but it seems to me, just like with the previous vote, this is a win. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Strauss. Alderman Woodcock.
Thank you. I planned to speak. I was just kind of egging it on. But if I had to vote right this second, I'd vote no. I want to, actually, I kind of want to support it because if I was going to have this type of development, it would be in an area like that. It'll be sandwiched between commercial and apartments. And so it was like a transition from apartments to this to that. However, I'm not quite comfortable with the lot size and how that'll be crammed in there. And then also, I'm highly uncomfortable with it remaining with the multifamily zoning, so that if something changed, it could, like that, be turned over to the neighboring apartment and be an extra wing to the apartment complex. So for that reason, my vote will be no, unless I hear just something dramatically enticing in the next few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Woodcock. Alderman Stamper.
Mayor, this is page 35, right? We're
35 through 49, yes.
We're changing from GC to MFR.
Yes. General commercial to multifamily residential.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't like MFR that much. And I respect I usually defer to the aldermen that represent an area where it's going in. I know the area well. It does, like the previous alderman said, feel like they're stuffing it in. So I'm inclined to vote no. Thank you.
Alderman Stamper, thank you. Alderman Campbell.
Yes, I agree with my other alderman there. Ward 6 and 5 on the MFR designation. There's some way we can make it to where if this didn't work out, that it would revert back to its original general commercial. And hey, I'm all for it. But this stuff of let's flip it to MFR, then didn't work out. So here comes your next apartment wing. I'm sorry, I just have trouble with that. My personal on this particular project right here. Thank you.
Alderman Campbell, thank you. Alderman Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question. Could this be rental units, or do they have to be owned units? Individually owned units? Is there a possibility that they could be rentals?
Any individual house in Hendersonville can be rented.
Okay, I understand that, but could...
I'm going to ask them to come up, because I know probably what you're actually trying to ask.
Yeah.
You all sort of hit it earlier, but go ahead if y'all want to.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to suspend the rules and ask them to answer?
Yes, let's
okay, we got
suspend the rules, please.
Without objection, we'll suspend the rules so our representatives from Vassland can speak. Either one of you.
No,
I'm sorry.
It's not
Well,
Vassland.
don't you want them to speak?
It's these people here.
Either one of y'all, come on up. Just and very specifically, I need you to answer the question. So you want to go ahead and try it again?
Okay, I'm trying it again now. All of the units will be sold.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
individually owned.
Yes, ma'am.
And not be an apartment complex.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
With very specific restrictions, even including third-party rentals such as bed and breakfast, and they can't be rented casually. They have to be owner occupied. It's part of the homeowners association policy.
Okay, I was just going to ask you, is there a homeowners
Yes,
association
ma'am.
involved with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's my
Appreciate
question.
it, guys. Thanks.
Okay.
A motion properly made and Alderman Skidmore.
Quick question, Chipper, where are you?
Chipper.
I mean, Chip Moore, I'm sorry.
Thank you, guys.
I apologize for that.
Calm down, James.
We're going to change your business card. We're going to need business card for you now.
All right. Sorry, Chip, I apologize
That's
for that.
fine.
Okay.
I've been called worse.
Do what now?
I've been called worse.
Oh, well, I have to, trust me. Probably, and it won't be the last time.
By me.
Just a quick question, and this, we touched on this earlier. In Public Works, that's where when I first look at developments, that's what obviously my focus is there, and then how it, if it's in my ward or Peg and I's ward, we always look at it to see what our people's response would be. But my question to you is, the road, is it going to be a private road, or is it going to be one that we will accept by the city? Do we know?
Changing the plat.
Yeah.
No.
It is a private road.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Mayor.
Keith, do you want to answer that question? Do you want to answer?
Yeah.
Okay.
I might just address it. This one is straight zoning, so it's not a planned development. So it's either, rezoning to multifamily,
Right.
and certainly understanding some of the things that the developer wants to do, and whether those are things, what they're proposing that they want to do that we like or we don't like. Actually, in the process of the a straight zoning application, we just have to base it on that. So I think the developer, with what they've kind of proposed, it has a private road, kind of a private cul-de-sac that
Right,
comes off
right.
of Carrington, is what they're looking at. But even with that, as you're considering the rezoning, is really understanding that's out there, and has been presented by the developer, but in the actual decision of the zone change, the roads or what particular type development that they're talking about doing is, really can't be weighed into
Right.
the decision of that. And it's very important also that this was something that was recommended for approval from the Planning Commission. And so if it was denied and didn't move on to a second reading in a public hearing, it'd be very important, and I think some people have already expressed, that they're going to vote against and why, but probably, before the final vote or, the motion and everything, is to maybe note a finding of fact or kind of reasoning why that,
Right.
would be the case, if it's kind of going against what the Planning Commission's doing. That's just procedurally,
All right.
on doing that.
Well, my final question on this, and I know this may sound trivial to some, but someone in public, like us three in Public Works, we like to know about this stuff. And my question would be either to Chip or to John Bradley, because I honestly, in all my 30 years up here on this board, I think maybe Howard George, we might have had one public road, and that was back when Howard George, God rest his soul, was an alderman up here, and so I'm starting to show my age, John Bradley. We might have had one private road that I've ever even voted on or not voted on, but it just came up, but I honestly cannot remember. So my question is this. When a developer, and I'm not talking about these guys, but just a developer in general, comes up to the city, do we, on a private road, do we go by what the state specs are on a private road, or do they have to abide by what the city specs are? Because ours are more stringent, far more stringent than they are in the state.
We go by our subdivision regulations.
Okay.
We look at what the traffic's going to be, and so they have to build them. Even if it's just a common access easement through a development, they're built per city specs.
Okay. Because okay, thank you very much. And John, I don't know if you remember this, but it was called Rabbit Run Road. Do you remember that? We had a big name change, and it was over there off of Forest Retreat, Cross Point area. And the development never materialized, but needless to say. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Keith, help me out. I have a couple
Rabbit
questions
Run
for you.
Road. Remember that? Were you on the board?
HOA covenants, restrictions, bylaws, we don't enforce those, do we?
No.
The city? No. And typically, the members of an HOA can change those, is that?
Yes, usually 2/3 majority of an HOA could, depending on how the HOA is written, usually it's 2/3.
Hold on.
Yeah.
And there's no timeline that the original HOA text has to remain in force and cannot be changed, is there?
No, it could be changed.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I think what the developer is looking to do in regards to the private road and everything, I think they're looking to do a horizontal property regime. And basically what that is you don't have any lot lines, it's all just one big lot. And everybody owns the air inside of their units, and everything else is common property is kind of the way it works.
Appreciate it. Alderman Campbell.
I just wanted to verify, we are talking about a private road to your establishment, and that's why I wanted to, can we suspend the rules and have the developer come up one more time to verify that with us?
Without objection, should we suspend the rules and have the developers come up?
Yes.
Because he was making some facial
Come on up, guys.
gestures that were like, that's not exactly right, so let's make sure we get this right, please.
Go ahead, Alderman Campbell. What's your question?
Yes, I want to make sure, is it a private road or a public road that we're going to have coming into your product there? And is it going to be a pervious surface level? Because I heard you say that at one of the other meetings, versus impervious. So there's a difference there.
The specific answer to your question is that the engineering and planning is being done now to build all impervious surfaces. Excuse me, geez, I'm confused now. It's been a long night for me too. All pervious surfaces, including the road that's taken into the property, but to cooperate with the city engineer to build that road to the city and the state specification so that it then can become a public road through the property. A point I'd like to make is...
Hold on. You had your presentation. If you want to answer a question, we're okay. If it's answering his question or somebody
Right.
else is fine with that. But We're deliberating at this point.
Yes.
So, address a question.
Is it something to do with the road surface, sir, or the impervious or pervious surfaces we're talking about?
I'll give you 2 minutes.
Mayor and
Go ahead.
the board,
Yeah, 2 minutes.
I'm confused.
Okay.
And it's, to be blunt.
Okay.
This is the first time I've been through this process, as I've made it clear previously. My understanding of what we are doing is that there is a proposition at play here to rezone this piece of property. And that the issue at hand is to look at the uses of the two zonings and to do a fair and balanced assessment of what those look like in this particular location,
Probably so. Okay.
and to then make a determination whether that zoning is appropriate or not. And in that, I was counseled from the very beginning that unless I was asked, it wasn't even materially relevant what we intended to do on the property. From meeting to meeting, where we have gone is deeper and deeper into what we intend to do on the property, which is wonderful because we're proud of what we want to do with the property. But I came tonight prepared with our financial principle to make a presentation based on the soundness of the actual fundamental rezoning. And I'm again confused about not being able to do that. This is a multi-million-dollar pilot for a multi-million-dollar venture to work with properties like this throughout Hendersonville, Sumner County, Nashville, and then expanding regionally across the southeast. And it's important to us that we do that with a lot of exchange of information so that you know what we want to do, why we're doing it, who we are, and our capability of doing it, and that we work closely within the goals of the city, both the master plan that you have in place and the specific zoning for the properties. And it's a much broader discussion than I've ever had the experience of dealing with in this kind of formal setting. It feels like it's very, and this is not, it's my unfamiliarity here speaking. It feels like it is deserving of a bit larger conversation than what we're having. And I would ask to have the ability to engage that way.
I'm pretty sure that the 13 people up here, that most of us have seen your presentation from the Planning Commission. Probably looked, I don't think anybody actually spoke at the public hearing in the Planning Commission. And we've got a big packet here as far as the deliberations of the Planning Commission and some of the give and take that happened there.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure everybody is familiar with what you're building and the significance of what that is, that it's not just multifamily. Unfortunately, we're in a situation where we can't hold you to that, and a lot of us, and I'm included in that, that the zoning goes to the property. And if I can't hold you to that, I want to listen to stuff that I can hold you to. I'm one of 13, but I think there's probably other folks that sort of feel the same way.
I came prepared tonight to discuss the permitted uses for MFR and general commercial. And that discussion has actually been had many times with you folks. It would feel redundant.
Was it the same discussion we just had with?
Yeah, it would be rudimentary to go back and try to and have that same exhaustive list. The reason we selected this property was because, and I like the term that Alderman Sprouse used, it's the lowest impact use of this property. I'll point out from a business perspective that this has long been a dormant property. I'm rambling. Let me be very specific here. This is one of those properties that's been sitting for 30 years, right there undeveloped. It is now what I call in play. There's an investment group that's put money into this property. This property will be developed. We have commercial opportunities to develop the property that don't align with our strategy for our residential program. And we have this wonderful opportunity to do this beautiful little residential development. But the end point here is there's $1 million invested here, and there will be development. We will be back, and because we have to recover that. I don't want to see commercial development on that property. I've talked to the owners of adjacent businesses that don't want to see commercial development on that property.
We appreciate that.
So, that's,
Okay.
I don't know, you know.
Stick around.
Sorry.
We may have more questions. Alderman
Okay.
Skidmore.
Yes, sir, and I appreciate your indulgence this evening. Yeah, my question to you is one that was, I think, one that we all needed to know up here. Quite frankly, I'm for your project.
Thank you.
But you're very welcome. But at the same time, I reserve the right as an elected official.
Yes, sir.
To ask you any question that has to go with the development, your development.
Oh, sure.
There's, so I don't want you to take affront to that, but I would be, and I think that's why we're all quizzing you on every single thing that comes to our mind, because this is our shot at it, maybe forever until it goes back to the planning or if it comes back up here. So any alderman that asks you a question, and I know that you may not understand, but I just need to let you know our side of the issue.
Yes, sir.
Is if we don't ask that question and we go home tonight and we're sitting watching the news or we're laying in bed trying to go to sleep and we're like, doggone, I forgot to ask that question, it's too late. So any question we ask you, we should be asking you that question. So the next time you come back here again, you better, be prepared not with your project, but what we're going to be coming at you, because you never know what we're going to say up here. Trust me, you never know. But I am for your project, and I'll tell you why. Because we have a strip mall basically there on Gallatin Road, and then right behind it is your project, which I think it probably might be a good thing actually for that area. And then you have the apartment complex. So I don't want any more commercial back there either. We've got enough commercial going on where it needs to be in the city of Hendersonville. We have a land use plan that we should abide by. And so I think this is a great place for this project. You've answered my questions tonight, but I don't want you to think that or take affront to what I was trying to explain to you.
Oh, I don't. No, I'm actually.
That is why we're having this dialogue.
I'm actually more embarrassed that I don't. I'm not better at the process.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, appreciate it. Alderman Stamper.
Thank you. I got a question for Keith. Keith, we're looking at this.
Oh, I'll look at this.
Right?
Yeah.
And it's got great plans behind it. It's something I think this board, my understanding, can get behind. But that's not what we're voting on tonight.
Right.
So that's the issue I keep coming back to is we just have a straight zoning change, and that's you're wanting feedback or whatever to go back to why we might vote against the planning commission. But the reason I can give is because what I've heard earlier is we don't really have any guarantees. If we had if this was accompanied by a development plan, which the applicant can do, correct? They could resubmit a development plan with the rezoning, couldn't they?
No, it's not large enough to do a planned development and kind of.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's
kind of
right.
the frustrating thing with it, Alderman Stanford, is we're used to planned development, and so this is a lot different. On the straight rezoning, especially straight rezoning that already has kind of an idea, as you can see, of what the developer wants to do. But then it's frustrating because we can't really dig in and do that because we're going to make decisions one way or the other, and as a part of what we finally make that decision on how we state that, is important, just as far as procedurally, how that's done with the straight zoning.
Okay.
Planned development is totally different because you do have that site plan and everything basically going with the rezoning.
Okay.
And certainly, I think, as the mayor had stated, I think everybody's pretty aware of what the intentions of the developer are, on this. But I can't, and we've looked at it several different ways, and I can't give you any way through straight rezoning that we can put conditions that can either revert it back or put conditions that he has to do this when it is. It certainly appears that the developer has the intention to do this, and that's the reason they're bought or buying the property, and the reason they've engaged the zone change, not just to get it rezoned to multifamily. So, that appears definitely to be the case, that they intend to do this. But I can't guarantee it that is exactly what will happen once the property is rezoned.
How many units is this?
I think this one, was it 12? 16 units. And multifamily is about 15 units an acre. It's a little less than 3 acres. So when you take out the road and open space and everything, probably, you know, if it was multifamily and somebody did like an apartment, some apartments or something, it might be at the most maybe 30, 32 units, maybe a little less than that.
But this is not that. This,
No.
if they go through with this,
Yes.
but for our rules which prohibit them from presenting it as a development plan, we're looking at 16 homes.
That's correct. It'd
What's
be
the
16.
acreage on it?
A little less than 3.
0.89?
Little less than 3 acres.
Oh.
We had the big one that was a little less than 3, and then the other one was 250 foot by 175 foot.
Yeah,
They caught up with it.
Thank you, Keith.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'll make a comment now. I understand a little bit better than when I first spoke, because when you look at something straight zoning, it can open up the door for anything. This is, to me, a situation where we call it substance over form in the accounting world, where you've got something that you want to do, but you're bound by the rules, so you can't technically do it. But it requires sometimes a good faith commitment to go through with something like this. And on 3 acres, I feel better about taking the risk than I do on a larger piece of property. I think that for the first time going through this and all the hurdles, especially this additional one, I think that the applicants have done a great job. And I'm willing to vote. I'm willing to change my mind and vote for this, not because it's going to straight MFR. I want to be clear on that, but because that's the only way that this can be achieved with a good product that I think this board can support. So I'm going to revert to supporting this. Thank
Alderman
you.
Stamper, thank you. Alderman Skidmore.
Yeah, and I apologize, but this was on my mind, and then we got off on something else, and, you know, just like I was saying, that's what happens to us when we get up here. Let me ask you all one other thing. What other, and if you can
Without objection, we'll suspend the rules.
think, it doesn't matter, whomever can answer this question is fine, you know, can resolve my issue with it. Without saying whether you can or you can't, you know, if it's not closed out or you haven't closed on the property, what other projects do you all have going on in the city of Hendersonville or in the process of going through?
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you guys for letting me speak. Dean Patel. Appreciate you all
Yes, sir.
listening. So we actually bought 120 Saunders Ferry Road right there across the lake. The 4 acres that are up there. Been working with the city. That's 5 acres of development. We've reached out to Mr. Free and Mr. Spruce about what the city of Hendersonville would like there. That's a larger investment. Obviously, we've got the OTC over there, Old Town Center. Like Mr. Sprouse said, this small development is like a down payment for the bigger one right there. The way I've got my way set is, if I'm going with 16 units, rest sure that I'm not going to change this to no apartments. The way I've got my planned for 2018, if I'm able to do what I have to do within 3 months, I'd break ground and have all these homes built by the end of next year up on the market to sell. My biggest thing is going to be working with you guys closely to see what we can bring to our city of Hendersonville. My younger brother moved here in Hendersonville at the New Durham Farms. I actually moved to Sumner County, 12 Stones. We actually bought, own and operate 12 Stones Golf Course too now. So we're here in Sumner County, Hendersonville, to do a lot of things. We've actually had an offer on the old nursing home right there on 625 West Main Street. A little challenging site, so we've kind of shied away from that. This right here is to me is a quick in and out.
Huge challenging site. I would.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But you know, 120 Saunders Ferry is something that we want to work closely with you all, because you know there's a lot of opportunity, a lot of option there. Obviously, we know that the ground floor is retail. Looking at going condos up. You know, there's a lot of opportunity. We're not talking about doing no $500,000, $1 million. We're talking about putting $12–15 million into the city. This project alone right now, I've got it calculated at a little bit over $4 million with the land and the build out and everything. And you know, if the engineers work out the way we have to, the stormwater drainage, once I set my mind on something, I don't change it. So I've got 16 homes set right here. I've got it all knocked out. I've got everybody, subcontractors, all the whole people to line up. This is not my first subdivision. I've built homes in the past, and I'm learning as I go along. So rest assured, it's not going to be my last. So if anything else comes up in Hendersonville, I'm going to be proud to say I want to develop in Sumner County, Hendersonville. So we do have a lot of projects. I've actually been a business owner in Nashville, Tennessee for 21 years now. I'm actually in the funeral home business, hotel business. I've did quite a bit of it, but right now we're actually on the development side. So everything I have today, I'm 100% involved. I don't rely on other people. So you'll see me out there with my hard hat on, doing what I need to. I'm here to make the city the best I can. So anybody that did have any doubts about, you know what, if I fail on this property, I'd sit on it till the right opportunity came along. Right now we do have a large investment in it, but I do feel like by the end of next year, or between now and Sanders Ferry comes along, you guys will see that, you know, I want to work closely with you guys, and this down payment will actually make sure that my other one, with your blessings, will go a lot better. We're just sitting on a cleared piece of land, and if you can see, we've already demoed the buildings and cleared out the land over there, just waiting to see what our next move is on Sanders Ferry. So appreciate you all listening.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Skidmore. Alderman Petrelli.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate you speaking. I was your only no vote on the Planning Commission. Sorry. Well, I do want.
Smart guy.
I do want to say that my concern was the MFR, was that, and I know it's what, 2.71 acres, I believe. So, I mean, I know it's a small piece of property, but my concern was, because we've run into this historically, and I believe we cannot do anything about it, as Keith has stated, is that once we make that change, then we are saddled with that zoning, and then we worry about high density, because Hendersonville's at a point, for all the reasons that we know, with high traffic.
Oh, hold on, Mr. Patel. Hold on. Anything else?
Oh, well, I just want to say I appreciate what you just said, that you're invested into the community. So in open honesty, I'm going to vote for this project, because if you are as invested in the community as you say you are, I mean, we will hold you accountable.
Ms. Patel, I can't let you talk anymore.
Sorry.
So, that seems incredibly rude on my part. I understand that. So, okay. Okay.
So thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Being properly seconded, moved and seconded, with nobody else in the queue. All those in favor of first reading of ordinance 2017-41, please signify when your name is called by saying aye. Okay.
Brown?
No.
Campbell?
Aye.
Cunningham?
Aye.
Frost?
No.
Hedberg?
No.
Gilly?
No.
Petrelli?
Yes.
Skidmore?
Yes.
Sprouse?
Yes.
Stamper?
Yes.
Waters?
No.
Woodcock?
No.
Clary?
No. Keith, what do we need to do? Do they need to come back in 2 weeks for us to finding a? I'm sorry, Alderman Woodcock.
First read. I'll change my vote to yes.
That passes 7-6. We will have a public hearing on this. Is that correct? Yes. Okay, we'll have a public hearing on this in January. Can we do it in December?
I don't think so.
Go ahead, Keith. Sorry.
We've got to advertise that for 15 days in the paper, but we'll see what we can get done tomorrow, if that's possible. I'll have to look at the calendar, but we just have to give the notice, and then we have to give notice of the public hearing to the adjacent residents.
Here's where I have a hard time, is that typically in a month we would have a second meeting. We're going to make these folks wait 6 weeks because of something that we're doing.
Yeah.
I realize we can't speed it up.
Let me see what I can do tomorrow. We may be able to advertise, maybe to advertise in the Nashville paper instead of to get the timing. We'll look at it. If it's possible, we'll try to get it on the next agenda.
And I got to tell y'all, I may entertain the possibility we have a special meeting for this before Christmas. I hate that. I absolutely hate that. But I'm not willing to make these folks wait 6 weeks for something that we've chosen to do. I just don't think that's fair. We need to handle this timely.
Okay. Yeah, let me see what I can do about the 12th. I don't know. Let me look and see what I can do on that.
19th? We wouldn't have to have it on Tuesday.
the 26th.
We're going to keep in communication with y'all because we're going to do our best to do this in December. Now, I got to tell y'all, that doesn't mean it's going to pass second reading, but I'd rather give you an answer sooner than later, no matter what that answer is.
Maybe so. Keep it a little bit further for Christmas.
Okay. Okay. It's certainly a possibility, y'all. Okay. Keith, anything else you need to fill us in on?
No, that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay,
Thank you,
appreciate
Alderman.
y'all's time. Thank you, appreciate you, Keith. Next, we have reading of Resolution 2017-37. This is a resolution to approve a revised final development plan for Glenbrook North. Alderman Petrelli. We have a motion. Alderman Stamper, second. Alderman Petrelli. Alderman Waters.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to say thanks for everybody for coming out tonight. We had a good crowd to start with, but it's 10:30, so I guess they all had to go home and get some rest. But really, I appreciate you coming, and we need more people getting involved. Mr. Chairman, I want to. I've got a lot of memos here, so bear with me. I want to express my appreciation to our Planning and Public Works Director for the staff reports and comments. To me, there were several important issues that need to be addressed to this project, and I think most of it was done. However, I still have some questions, and I'd like to ask Keith to come back up to the podium, if you don't mind, my friend. How you doing? You awake? Turn your mic on.
I got to do that. Sorry about that.
At the planning meeting, Keith, this came up, and I'm not too sure if I understood it properly. Can you explain to me on this project the phasing plan concept, what it's involved and what it means?
Yes, actually we can. One of the things that we requested of the developer, we kind of came up with a phasing plan because one of our concerns was, well, what if the developer just built the residential elements of it, then didn't do the mixed use or do the commercial, and then we wouldn't end up with the whole mixed use thing. So we came up. The developer did agree to a phasing plan that we came up with, and actually, we do have a quick PowerPoint that Timothy could go through. Timothy created it, and he could go through that if you.
I think it'd be helpful to see that.
Okay.
Just here, so yeah, please go ahead.
Do you want to do that? Go ahead.
Can we turn out the lights and get a pillow? All right, take a nap.
Okay, this is the master plan. So for the purposes of the phasing plan, we divided this will work here. I think my keyboard has died. Let's use the wheel. We divided the buildings. I think there's 19 buildings in all. Divided them into 3 different categories. First, the teal colored buildings are the residential only buildings. So you got the condo only buildings 1, 2, and 3. And then the remaining teal colored buildings are townhomes, some of which can be live-work units. Could be, don't have to be. The second category are the 4 yellow polygons there. Those are the commercial-only buildings. And the third category are the 3 mixed-use buildings, the orange buildings. Those are 3-story or three floors of condos over ground floor retail. So the phasing plan really works like a series of rounds. There's 3 rounds. And around consists of the developer, well, first I should say the goal of staff was to ensure that commercial and mixed use develop and are constructed alongside and at the same time as the residential buildings. So around consists of 75 residential units plus one commercial building plus one mixed-use building. So in the Teal buildings, there's a total of 205 units. The remainder of the residential units are in the 3 mixed-use buildings. So round one,
Okay.
this is a potential way that it could build out. It wouldn't necessarily have to work this way. But let's say round one, they build their first 75 residential units. That could be this largest condo building plus 2 of the townhome buildings, which would be about, I think, 13 or 14 units. So those could be built, could be sold, lived in. Before they can proceed with the next 75 residential units, they have to build one commercial building, that's the yellow, and one mixed-use building. They have to start construction. Once they start construction, they can proceed with round 2, which is the next 75 units, which would consist of another condo building plus most of the townhome buildings. Those could be built, sold, lived in. Before they can proceed to the final round, the third round, they would have to start construction on one more commercial building. That could be this one here, that yellow building, and one more mixed-use building. So they got to start construction on those. Before they can proceed to round 3, the final 55 residential units, they would have to, the first commercial building and mixed-use building would have to be completed. They have to start construction on the second commercial building and the second mixed-use building. Then they could final out their last 55 units. That could be this condo building here, the final townhome building here. At that point, if they stopped, what we would have is all the residential only buildings built out. One commercial building is built, completed. One mixed-use building is built, completed. One commercial is under construction. One mixed-use is under construction. That would leave unbuilt these buildings outlined in black, the commercial building, or 2 commercial buildings rather, and 1 mixed-use building. So that's how the phasing plan works out. Each round, 75 units, 1 commercial, 1 mixed-use.
So that's to be sure that we don't have a lot of residential and no commercial, right?
That's correct.
Okay. While you're there, also in the staff report, some of these will have covered parking. Explain what some means and where others will park.
I believe that refers to, Jeff, you can correct me if I'm wrong, this building up here at the top is a condo building. It could have, the first floor could be covered parking, the ground floor could be covered parking, and is that it, Jeff? Is there?
All the townhomes have garages and terminals.
Okay.
All of them have garages? The condos?
Townhomes.
Townhomes. What about the condos?
Condos are surface parking.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, condos are surface, the condos will have surface parking, except for this one up here could have parking on the ground floor.
Okay.
Alderman Waters, anything else?
Thank you. Oh, yeah, I got a lot going on. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I agree that this looks good on paper. Apparently, the planning commissioners feel this is a good location for this type of development, and it may well be. But when I think about the number of vehicles this new 331 residential development plus commercial will bring to this location, it's just mind-boggling to me. So let's assume each resident has only one vehicle. You think about that, okay? We must not forget our present traffic situation on Forest Retreat Road, with traffic coming from Alexander Place, Hunts Lane, Mount Haven Green, Cross Point, Glenbrook Apartments, which is up on the hill there. And I've confirmed with the apartment management there, they have 490 vehicles on site at all times. They have a rental of 361 units. We have also Ward 3 in and around this section, especially Hillwood Drive. So let's think about that. Let's not forget how heavy the traffic is already on Glenbrook Way, going to Glenbrook Shopping Center and restaurants going to the bypass. I realize this board will be addressing Glenbrook Way later under Resolution 2017-35. However, that's just to correct the paving problem, not the traffic. Now, I understand growth is the lifeblood of any city, but the word growth has become a conversation piece. We've all heard, if you build it, they will come. And there's a lot of truth in that statement. But my question, yes, they will come, but for how long? I took a survey last week through the Glenbrook Shopping Center, all over. I was surprised to find 8 vacant facilities. And I know for a fact 3 of these have been vacant for over 3 months. In each location, there was a sign in the window posted by the same developer. So my question, why do we keep asking for more of the same? This does not sound like growth to me. We really have nothing to hold developers to when it comes to improvement of our roads and infrastructure. If my memory serves me correctly, we only have a small off-site fee improvement, road improvement, that we charge developers and builders every time they pull a permit. It's just a drop in the bucket compared to our neighboring cities. Let's look at Glenbrook Way between Andrew Run and New Shackle Island Road. We have one turning lane, and that's at or near Chick-fil-A. I traveled it every day. It's almost impossible to make a left turn at these locations. And now we're faced with a tire store already approved to be built behind Dairy Queen and Starbucks, with Glenbrook Way being the only entrance and exit from this location. We have, in my opinion, a real traffic situation coming to New Shackle and Glenbrook Way in a very few months. This is in the Good Shepherd Methodist Church property that was sold and is now under construction for office space. I'm also told that they're trying to get a restaurant, but no name has been mentioned. So I encourage my colleagues as well as the people here tonight to go look at this. The right turn, left turn into this development on New Shackle Island Road. Let's take, for instance, if you live north towards Stop 30 and you pull out and want to go back to Stop 30, you can't. You have to go the other way towards Glenbrook Way, turn around, find a place, and then go back north. I've already had 3 calls asking what is going on. I have no answer. I am told it was not authorized by TDOT or the city, so I don't know the answer. You can rest assured it will be a traffic nightmare. And this is what we're discussing here this evening: traffic, roads, and infrastructure. The developer gets his way, and we are left with all the complaints. In closing, Mr. Chairman, I know I've talked a lot, my time, but I'm really troubled about this project, especially the location. I ask this board, let's concentrate on our roads, our drainage. Let's concentrate on our infrastructure. As stated, growth is what keeps the city going, but we need to change our way of thinking about development, and I know I'm the only vote on this board to make a vote. But in my opinion, we've had the cart before the horse too long, and that must change. Safety should be our high priority when it comes to traffic. Let's think about the future. Let's think about our children, our grandchildren, and their future. I ask my colleagues to vote no for this resolution tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Alderman Waters, thank you. Alderman Cunningham?
Thank you, Mayor. Can I suspend the rules? I have a few questions.
Without objection? Go ahead. For the representative of Aspen?
Yes. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I know that, we talked about infrastructure improvements, especially the roads.
Yes.
Exactly how much is Vastland willing in dollars? I know we talked about this project, that project, sidewalks, widening, doing some minimal work at Center Point. And I say minimal because it's only $25,000 of probably a $250,000 or $300,000 project. Very minimal. How much is that total dollar amount going to be?
Widening Forest Retreat to the property boundary is about $400 and some thousand based on an estimate that we have done, which includes widening or improving the box culvert that's currently
Gotcha.
under there. So that would be put in place, 3-lane section. That is one of the staff conditions of approval.
Okay.
That's in the ordinance. Beyond that, there is the sidewalk contribution of going under 386, which is being made as a contribution so that the city can approach TDOT on the right to do that work within the TDOT right-of-way.
So that depends on TDOT approval?
Well, the
right?
funds do not, but
No, not the funds, but
Right.
the
it's
work.
a contribution
Yeah.
to the city,
So how much is that?
$25,000.
Okay.
And an additional $25,000 toward turn lane improvements,
For Center Point?
yes.
Okay. So that's $450,000. Is that it?
That is the improvements.
Okay. So no improvements are intended past your property line on a 2-lane, no-shoulder road that's probably at least a mile long going down to Center Point? That's
Once again-
that's crumbling.
I think the comparison that we would present to you is that this is not a greenfield site that has no zoning in place. Tomorrow it can be applied for a building permit for commercial for 184,000 square feet. So similar to some of the discussion with other issues this evening, is the proposal is to put a use in place that, even on conservative estimates, which means you don't take any internal trips, I think our traffic engineer addressed that at the Planning Commission, is 18% reduction. If you look at, and that's, I'm only
Don't go
comparing it to
there.
what's approved.
Okay.
So, that is the baseline from our observation we present to you.
Have you been down that road?
I have.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, go ahead. I'll make sure we're asking questions, that we're not making statements. So, go ahead.
Oh, okay, not with me.
You're okay.
Okay. All right, timeline for completion. I asked this question because I had a extremely horrible, terrible experience with Fastland, where I've been a resident of that subdivision. We were the 5th family to move into that subdivision in 1996. The city.
I understand.
Okay, I'm not done.
Sorry.
It got so bad where they left roads crumbling with holes, drainage issues for years. I'm talking about like 10 years. Finally, the city had to take the step to sue them. We had to sue them for over $1 million. And we still got, and I'm not going to use that word, screwed. Oh, I said it. I said it. And our roads are still a mess. So my past experience with this developer and thousands of people that live in that subdivision is not very good. It's not very trusting. Especially when they, in the middle of the whole deal, they file bankruptcy and then they start another company. So I have,
Alderman Cunningham, any questions?
No.
Sit down.
you could sit down.
Okay, go ahead. If you still have the floor, you can go ahead and finish if you like.
All right, well, me being a representative of over 700 homeowners in just that one subdivision alone, I have a duty to them. I have a duty to my constituents. I like what you had on paper, but I don't trust that to happen. You could start phase 1 and then just leave it for years like they did in Mansker Farms. And then we have to turn around and, what's our recourse, to sue you again? I mean, to sue them again? I mean, that's not in my cards, okay? That's not in the best interest of my constituents. But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Alderman Cunningham. Alderman Stamper.
There was a question. Thank you.
There was a question.
Hold on.
Oh.
Alderman Cunningham, did you not get a question answered?
What was the question, Scott?
He was asking what would be the recourse.
Yeah, what would be the recourse?
I would present several things, and I was not involved previously, so, and you and I spoke,
I'm not
but
saying that you
here-
personally were involved.
here's,
Okay.
here's,
We're going to let him answer the question. If you have another question, we'll ask the question.
Thank you, Mayor.
the one thing I would say is there's a very large investment in retailers in that.
What's the recourse?
The recourse is that, number one, it's a planned development. Number two is there's a huge investment of keeping other retailers in that area happy with getting this built out, keeping streets in order. There's an investment that they have. They own the shopping center. They do not want people moving out under poor circumstances. So I don't know the circumstances of the other one, but I think in this one, I can say to you that it would be followed through both for their interest and for the city's interest in getting it built out.
Appreciate that. Alderman Cunningham.
Thank you.
Okay, appreciate it. Alderman Stamper.
Mayor, we represent not only the residents of our town, but at some point we have to have an obligation to the economic interest of our town, the businesses that we all patronize, that we all enjoy dining at, shopping at. There's more than just residents involved, and the residents are the ones who enjoy it. Glenbrook was opposed mightily. Several folks from Creekside now say, well, I shop there all the time. Wasn't as bad as all that. What we've got here is a mixed use, something that is, we're not doing a rezoning here. And we're satisfying needs of our business community. The junior alderman from Ward 6 stated that he noticed 8 vacant facilities within Glenbrook. I think, who of us here has not been told on Facebook or whatever, why y'all building more when you got all these vacancies? We need people to eat at our restaurants. We got Moe's, Chicken Little, all these things coming in. We need folks to eat there. We need rooftops. We have a new economic development person recently, And one of the main drivers to bring the businesses that we want here, if you ask them what it is that what they're looking for is places for their employees to work. The businesses there in that area were pleading for those apartments back there at Glenbrook 7 years ago. That's the last time this board approved apartments, new apartments from nothing. That was almost 7 years ago that we voted on that. This is not apartments. This is a very nice community allowed within the zoning. If we vote this down, then all these mediocre things that may sound mediocre to some aldermen, to me, it's an investment that they don't have to make under the existing plan. They could continue to have no improvements over there near Alexandria Place. They've committed to do whatever it takes on the culvert to sidewalk to their property. This thing is full of staff comments. I haven't seen so many, and every one of them they said, okay, we'll adjust this, we'll do that. This developer has done everything. This is not Mansker Farms. This is the property at the west side of Glenbrook that this proposal serves as a nice buffer. And we talked about this on a previous vote, a buffer from business to a residential area. You go from a mixed use to the residences out in the county. And Hunt Lane's a tough one in Forest Retreat because it's part of that's county. And we got to deal with Judy Harden, and we got to deal with our own folks. Yeah. So we've got issues. The 25,000, which I just learned about this week, which is in addition to everything else, that's going toward a county road. I mean, we're going to have to figure out how to use that and get that turn lane there. I don't understand it. We've kind of had this. Everybody talks about smart growth and controlled growth, and I just feel like we seem to be in a no growth mode, and that's troubling when we've got a great product here of $200,000-$400,000 residencies, owner occupied, with a neat concept that works in other areas, and I think Hendersonville is ready for. And we've got developers willing to basically do whatever it is that we've asked them to do the whole way. And this board has said, I remember in Forest Park, we said, well, the Planning Commission, they voted it down, so we'll vote it down. They know what they're doing. I heard that a couple times from people. But now we want to say, oh, well, maybe they didn't know what they were doing because it doesn't fit the way we want to vote on this. But there's times that they know what they're doing. There's sometimes that we come to different conclusions. On this one, I think they came to the right conclusion. And if we vote this plan down, and we just get one shot at it, this is the only reading, then I think we lose out on some amenities that are badly needed right there at Forest Retreat and Andrews Run.
So all our homes be flooded down. Excuse me. Go ahead, Alderman.
And the impervious, the perviousness, or the whatever that, I'm learning that word, imperviousness. Our drainage. That was one other thing I had written down, and I'm glad that you spoke out of turn to say that. Our rules state that when you start a development, at the end of that development, and this is what we had a meeting about. We had a town hall. We had residents come out from Ward 6, and that was the number one concern. Was we don't want flooding. We don't want drainage issues. We have enough of those. And there cannot be more water coming off of that property at the end of a project. I looked at you gentlemen and I said that. I said that is the concern of my people. More than traffic, more than anything, those folks at that night, that was their number one concern. And it's our duty to follow our rules and so when this is built out, it's not going to create new flooding issues. It's not allowed to. If it does, somebody has failed at the City Hall. Is that right, Keith? I agree. So just saying we can't build something because it might create drainage issues, that, we have stopgaps in place, and if we're not enforcing them, that's on us. And I hope we're enforcing them. I know we do a great job with Chip and his team, and Keith and his team. And I can't speak to previous experiences. We've had recessions, we've had a lot of ups and downs in the economy. Right now is the peak of the growth in Nashville and Hendersonville. And we keep shutting developers down over and over and over. And I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. This proposal, when it first came to me, I thought, oh, this looks good. And then they've done all these things in addition to satisfy the concerns of our citizens. They had a meeting where folks that were opposed to it said, I'm worried about this, that, and the other, and then they made adjustments to accommodate. Planning Commission has made adjustments to accommodate. I mean, they've said you need to do this, that, and the other. So, to me, I don't know why it's a bellwether about the future of this board, this one vote, but to me, it kind of is. I think it's a great development. It's my ward that I represent, and I got three emails. 3 emails. You can check my email. 2 opposed and 1 for. So that was the end result of that. So I'm for it. I think it's a great project. I think that I think it's going to improve the area. So I would encourage y'all to support it.
Alderman Stamper, thank you. Uncharacteristically quiet, Alderman Brown.
Well, I thought we'd change that. I actually have been paying attention. I was almost asleep there when the lights were out. 2 or 3 questions, and I don't know, probably a combination of Keith and the developer to answer these. Okay.
Well, all of y'all come up there.
All y'all.
All y'all.
I've read this several times, and I think I finally deciphered, we're going to build 75 residential units, number 16, 17, 19, so on. So we're going to build 75 residential units, and then we're going to build a commercial unit.
Yes.
Before we build piece, go ahead.
Yeah. Before, yeah.
Commercial, 1 mixed use.
Yeah, 1 commercial and 1 mixed use before the next round of residential could be built.
Okay.
And the trigger on that is on our plan, on that for the first round to the second round, is that the footer for those commercial buildings, had been started, so the construction
Stop
started.
right there, because that's another question.
Yes.
Begin construction shall be defined as pouring a building footer. So we're going to build 75 units and occupy them.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to pour a footer, and we can start another 75 units.
Yes.
That's the way I read it.
Yes, by the way we have that now. And if there's additional assurances that the board would be interested in, then the developers here, and maybe that additional to make sure.
One guy on the board that would be interested in a different, little bit more than just pouring a footer. And
Yes,
I don't know what that would be.
Yeah.
And I guess maybe some of that goes back to the Mansker Farm thing.
Right.
Still sticking in my brain too.
Right.
But, we're going to do 75 units, and then we're going to pour a footer, and then we can start another 75 units. It would be pretty easy to pour footers and build units and pour footers and build units the way this is written.
Yeah.
And end up with a bunch of residential units and nothing really done commercially.
Right.
I'd like to see something. I don't know what that would be.
Can you address that? Okay.
You guys can,
We
up
just,
to the mayor, I guess can we discuss that?
Yeah,
What that
we're
might
good.
be?
Yeah, I mean, you asked the question, go ahead.
Yeah.
we just discussed your concern, and the state law recognizes begin construction as begin vertical erection of the structure itself. I think we certainly are open to changing that definition. There's no intent to start something to stop. So if that were the definition you would prefer, as in begin vertical construction on those buildings, those commercial and mixed-use buildings, that's fine.
I don't know if that's exactly what I'd prefer, but I know what pouring footers is, and I know what going to the next 75 units is. So I'd like to see something, and that could be, you know, Keith would have to, and
Like a
and
percentage.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
framing.
Yeah, what
Yeah.
was
Hold
substantial
on.
progress?
Keith, what is your suggestion on the wording?
I think what we could do, and then to help kind of bridge this gap, you know, and especially from the trust factor on are these phases going to be done? I think what would be reasonable is that framing with, you know, with the trusses, you know, framing with the roof trusses, that the exterior walls and the roof trusses, once that's in place, then permits could be had for the next round. I think that would be reasonable, you know.
How do you write that down, and where do we put it in here?
Yeah.
Where do we put it?
I think
in?
if there was a motion to approve it, then approving it with noting that the phasing plan wording should be added that would require the phasing plan to include instead of footers, that it would involve that the buildings, commercial buildings, would have to have let's see, framing, exterior framing to include roof trusses, and I think that
Instead of pouring footers.
instead of pouring footers, and that language, you know, would do that, and I think that would do it, because if there is a concern about the phasing, then I think, you know, now in looking at it, you're correct. You know, it could be a situation where you build the first 75, you do the footers, and then you do the next one, and then you do some more footers, but buildings don't come out of the ground. But in changing it that way, we would be assured to have that.
Do we need to amend the resolution?
We need to amend it, and all I've gotten so far is as part of the phasing plan, comma.
Yeah, as a part of the phasing plan, remove the footers for the commercial buildings as the trigger for the phasing, next phasing round. And it would need to be, those commercial buildings would have to have exterior framing, including roof trusses. Prior to that next grouping of residential.
Fortunately, we believe that Kay got that, and I certainly didn't.
Okay, great.
Did you get it?
Yep, she got it.
Okay.
I'll move to amend.
Okay. So, hold on, if y'all can stay there for just a second.
Yeah, because I've got another question after we do
Okay, so, you got a motion to amend. Need a second?
Second.
And a second. And that motion would be, we included it in the enactment clause, or we put it, I could just add right here as part of the phasing plan? Do we just put it right there? Okay. Okay. On page 51, at the end of November 7, 2017, add further, as part of the phasing plan,
Remove footers from commercial phasing.
remove footers from commercial phasing. I need y'all to sort of nod your head as
Yeah,
we're doing this.
it's-
Okay.
yeah, that's going right.
In phasing,
Okay.
in phasing plan to include commercial buildings have exterior framing with roof trusses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll do that.
Do we need that repeated? Because I'm not the one to do it. Okay, so I think we're okay. We have a motion and a second to amend this. We don't necessarily need to vote on this if you want to ask more questions, or if you want to allow debate. We may have some debate on that, so do you want to ask more questions, or do you want to
No,
debate
let's go
this?
ahead and do this, and I'll come back to the question.
Okay.
While
We
this
have,
is on our mind.
we have two people in the queue right now. Do you want to speak on the amendment, or do you want to speak on the main motion? Main motion? Main motion, okay. That being the case, we have nobody in the queue to speak on this amendment. Does anybody need the amendment repeated? No. Okay. All those in favor of approving the amendment as stated just a second ago, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. That passed unanimously. Alderman Brown, you still have the floor.
Thank you. And thanks for being willing to do that.
Yeah.
It makes me feel a little more comfortable. I guess my other question would be, and it may end up being two. It shows on the plan that Forest Retreat Road would be improved along Forest Retreat property line, blah, blah, so on and so forth. Looking at $450,000 commitment to do that, is what you just said a while ago. It's $1,360 per unit, what that figures out to. Alderman Gilly did the math on that a minute ago.
For residential.
For residential unit. I guess my question is, when would that start to? Or maybe kind of back to the trust issue. We're going to build everything and then fix forest retreat? Or are we going to work on forest retreat at the same time? We're going to do it beforehand? Forest retreat's a big sticking point, I think, with a lot of folks. So,
yeah, I'll let the developer address that, but from a from a planning standpoint, I think the improvements to forest retreat are very important. So I would think that should be done before a CO is obtained on the first residential building. I think there'd be ample time to do that, but I'll let the developer. But from a planning standpoint, that's what I would suggest.
I think that could work for us because you would do those improvements with your site work infrastructure of your water, sewer, and everything else. You probably would not put final topping down on the pavement until you ran the construction traffic across it. And the last thing I'd say is we'd be willing to post a bond for those improvements too with the city. So
Is that an administrative situation? Is that something that needs to be written into?
Letter of credit, not a bond.
Is that handled administratively, or is that something that needs to be written in here and amended?
I would prefer to do an amendment to it. That
Yes.
way, it's codified.
Okay.
With this, I think that'd be better.
I'll be glad to do that amendment.
Let's do that.
You say exactly what you said a minute ago, so I can quote you, because that's what the amendment
And
will
let's
be.
use the word surety.
Then you've got to live by it.
surety.
Yeah, okay.
Letter of
We,
credit.
Yeah, we'll cover
we
it.
would be willing to do the widening to forest retreat with the site infrastructure work, with the exception of placing the final top coat on the pavement so that construction traffic, if we'd wait to pave that last topping, surface topping.
Before
And
your
before the first
get the
occupancy.
on the 75 unit, first 75.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And we would post a surety to the city for those improvements.
Which is going to be a letter of credit,
Yes.
most likely. I'm looking at you, Chip.
Yeah, that or cash.
Yeah.
We're good with cash too, you're right.
Just as good as money.
Okay, hold on one second. Is that on that?
No, I'm not sure. Widen,
Hold on, guys.
agree to widen forest retreat with site infrastructure without the final top coat until after, till after construction
You wouldn't
of
wanna-
the first 70, before the first 75 are occupied.
Yeah, I did, the widening.
They will do everything on forest retreat with the exception of the final top coat before they receive the first occupancy permit on the first 75 units.
Correct.
The top coat will be put on when we're done.
Down the road, right.
That's it.
We have a motion and a second. Do you have a question about the motion?
Yes.
Andy. We've got a question about the motion. Alderman Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. Could we put a dollar amount on that letter of credit of $450,000?
What's your thoughts, Keith?
Well, we could do that, but if it needs to be a little bit more, when we get closer to design, then the city engineer would say how much that actually would.
And they're obligated to do the work
Okay,
at any cost.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so we'd be covered. but I
So we have the
wouldn't-
final say on that.
Yeah, yeah. So I
And it
wouldn't
is a
wanna
letter of
lower it.
credit, it's not a surety bond.
Yeah, it'd be a letter of credit, I believe is what we're doing.
Yeah,
Right,
do you
Chief?
want to answer this, Ken, or something else?
Yes, I wanted to answer that question, and also I think the other $50,000, the $25,000 for the sidewalk, and the $25,000 contribution we're making off-site at Center Point Road, we are willing to have
Hold on,
those.
Ken, you're confusing us, okay? I'm going to come back to that, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Anything else, Alderman Cunningham?
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Alderman Brown.
I am done.
Okay, we have two people in the queue, that's Alderman Gilling and Alderman Waters. Would either one of you like to speak on this amendment?
No.
Okay. Kay, can you help us with the amendment?
Sure, on this
Okay.
one. Widen Forest Retreat Road with site infrastructures with the final top coat before the
With the exception of final top coat.
Excluding
widen forest retreat with site infrastructure with the final top coat before the first 75 occupancy permits are issued, and post a letter of credit or cash.
Take the final top coat out of that. The final top coat will come after all that.
Okay.
You're going to have to second this, Andy. Okay. You try again.
Widen forest retreat with site infrastructures
To be
until
completed before an occupancy permit for the first structure.
75.
Okay.
Completed before occupancy permit for the first 75, and post of letter of credit or cash.
For the final top coat.
for the road improvement, total road. For the road.
Total road improvement.
Total road improvement.
That'll do it.
Alderman Gilly, are you fine with that?
Yes, sir.
It's a little bit too sarcastic for me to be honest.
Hey, boys.
All those in favor of this amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no.
What was that?
Okay.
Sneeze.
Alderman Brown, do you want to talk about the 50,000?
Sir?
Alderman Brown, did you need to ask about the 25,000, 25,000?
No, I don't need to do that.
Okay. Anything else?
No, thank you.
Alderman Gilly.
I will ask about the 50,000.
Here we go. Okay.
If you would like to address that now, that'd be great.
Yes, what I started to say previously was that for that $25,000 contribution for the sidewalk under 386 and the $25,000 off-site contribution that we're willing to make for the turn lane from Centerpoint Road, we're willing to have that in cash to the city within 30 days of the approval of this plan and be done with that.
Do we need to add that as an amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Can I change that? Can I offer to change that?
Yes, sir.
I would like the amendment to be for 50,000 for the two projects, not 25,000 for one project and 25 for another project. If one project costs 26,000, I'd like the 26,000. If one project costs 20,000, I totally get that. But could we make that 50,000 to cover two projects instead of two projects at 25,000 each?
You make it 100,000.
That's fine. You can use it hopefully on those two projects that we've committed it to.
That's what we'll only limit to those two projects.
Right.
Yes, absolutely. Okay.
That's a motion, I second.
I don't know what the motion was.
The motion is that we get 50,000 in cash 30 days of, within 30 days of approval
For two projects.
for the two projects.
Okay. We have a motion, and we need a second? And a second. We have Alderman Waters. Would you like to speak on this, or would you like to speak on the main motion? Okay. All those in favor of accepting this amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Alderman Waters voted no? So that passes 12 to 1. Alderman Gilly.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to be pretty brief here because it's late. I just want to concur with
And they presented it.
some of the things that have been said. There's nobody that
Yeah,
can
it
say
is.
we have not significantly put the brakes on development in the last year to the point of turning away some pretty good developments that we've set up here and said, man, I like your development a lot, but I just can't vote for it. We have done that. In the process of that, we have put a paving plan in place. We've got a stormwater utility to help address drainage that's going to be in place within the next year, I hope, pretty sure of. My concern was addressed here with the money up front. That was going to be a concern because I didn't see that anywhere addressed, as well as the wording on beginning construction. I think that is, I'm more comfortable with that language now. There are certainly developments like this in Middle Tennessee that are thriving. There's no doubt about it. And I'm not a fortune teller. I don't know if I don't think anybody can guarantee that our city will support anything, but you have to at some point look around you and decide what you're going to do. To me, this is
one of the right ones. So on first reading, I'm going to support it.
Only one reading.
A resolution, that's,
Yeah.
I guess not. I am going to support it, no matter what. I'm going to support it.
No matter what.
No, it doesn't change my complexion. I'm going to support it. I think we've held their feet to the fire in a good way, being responsible tonight, so thank you.
Appreciate it, Alderman Gilly. Alderman Waters.
I'm out, thank you.
We have nobody else in the queue. Being properly seconded, excuse me, being properly moved and seconded. Resolution 2017-37. Please signify your support by saying aye, or your opposition by saying no. All in support, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no.
No.
Let's call the roll.
Brown?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Cunningham?
No.
Frost? Hedberg?
I'm sorry, no.
Gilly?
Yes.
Petrelli?
No.
Skidmore?
No.
Sprouse?
Yes.
Stamper?
Yes.
Waters?
No.
Woodcock? Clary?
No.
4, 6 to 7.
That fails 7-6. Keith, help us out here.
Yeah, if it fails, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, so,
This is not a change of zoning. Do we have to commit to any statements of fact or any
No.
reasoning?
no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
So just, yeah, we just, if it didn't have the votes, then it would fail.
Okay, next on the agenda is reading of Resolution 2017-42. This is a resolution to move information technology employees to the Public Works Department. Alderman Campbell.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Alderman Campbell.
Yes, I'd like for where it says, whereas the city desires to place the IT back in Public Works Department so that IT can be part of the department that reports to the Public Works Committee. I'd like to have the words "and director" added there because the IT department has a manager per se, does not have a director, and we need to have someone with a director designation that is responsible for that department so we can go to the director for direction for that particular department in the future.
You said that word 4 times, director.
Well, I'm just saying, it's just, we need to add "and director" to this where it says, it's just putting it back into the committee.
So you're
or Public
asking for
Works
an amendment?
Department. I'd like to amend this where it says the the third whereas paragraph, very end of it, where it says Public Works Committee. I'd like to put "and director," move the IT department back up under the Public Works Department completely, not partially, but completely under that department.
In the enactment clause below where it says under the supervision of Public Works Director. So I'm going to say that.
Director, okay.
Yeah, you know what.
That's all that really counts.
Yeah, I'm going to say what it
All
is.
right, just making sure. I just want to make sure it's there.
Okay. Anything else, Alderman Campbell?
That's it.
Okay, Alderman Hedberg.
I just needed to make a comment or ask a question, clarify something on this resolution. Can I ask Chip?
Sure.
Or just, has the idea of the IT department being moved to the fire station too just been completely put aside, or is that still a possibility?
Through our studies and what the requirements with the fire hall are, with the space that is available to us and the funds we have, the fire hall too is basically already filled up with all of our current fire marshal staff. And so we do have rooms for the servers because those really are critical and need to be put somewhere they're not going to be in a sprinkled situation. So the IT staff can still stay here. We will have the offices for them. We are looking at currently putting some public works staff in other places to make sure that we have those offices. So I think your IT department will still stay here at City Hall.
So I misunderstood. I thought the whole idea of moving IT over there is because it was going to be close to the servers, and if something happened...
That could still happen.
It could still happen depending on the room as the funds. That's when, in about 3 weeks, we should have an idea of where our fundage is if we could have extra space.
All right. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Alderman Woodcock.
Thank you, Mayor. It seems like every time this is mentioned, someone says, nothing's really changing. So can you explain to me what this resolution, as far as what difference it makes by us doing this?
Honestly, none. It's not gonna help us operate better. It's not gonna save us money. This board, I'm willing to let this board or anybody tell me who I can communicate with and who I can meet with and whose priorities I set. Without this being attached to a budget, this changes absolutely nothing in the way that we operate at City Hall.
Thank you. Disagree, Mayor.
Well, I'm not done. I can't remember who voted for or against moving this away from IT, from Public Works. I was against that move, so I do plan to support this resolution. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Alderman Stamper.
Yeah, I want to applaud the maker of the motion, Mayor, for doing this. We tried this experiment. I remember it was our previous mayor, one budget session. I remember that, maybe in this room or at the library, and we tried it. And I think because IT had become so crucial and important, but one of the unintended consequences was that lack of committee oversight that is crucial for all our departments to roll up and especially at budget time, to be accountable to a committee and for a committee to go over there and have basically to have a committee you can go to instead of kind of being this nebulous out here in the ether in the IT world, which is the where the internet lives in the cloud and stuff. So I think this is great. I think that all this really does is move it back. I'm seeing here the department reports to the Public Works Committee. I think that's probably a good idea. I've always felt like in the absence of a city administrator, which this board had no appetite for a couple of years back, the Public Works Director kind of steps into a larger role, to be honest with you, and it's reflected in our pay schedule, things like that. So having it under Public Works makes sense. I know Chip and his team can handle it, so I support this.
Thank you, Alderman Stanford. Alderman Strauss.
Thank you, Mayor. Ladies and gentlemen, today is November 28th. Y'all may want to mark this down. I was an advocate for this change. I was wrong.
What?
Over outside. We also have to remember that in 2013 we had a different dynamic within the Public Works Department, different relationship between the Public Works Director and the employees. But I also was driven by the idea of applying a corporate model to IT, treating this more like a C-level employee. And what I have realized is that the city of Hendersonville is not a corporation, nor are we large enough to follow what really was a model in larger organizations. I think it will improve. I think it will improve operations in that by putting this function within a department, it frees IT staff to handle IT and not have to worry about administrative functions that are handled by other employees within the Public Works Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Strauss. Being properly moved and seconded, please, all those in favor of Resolution 2017-42 signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. And that passes something to 1. 12 to 1. Yeah, everybody's still here? Okay, good. Next, we have reading of Resolution 2017-43. This is a resolution to establish a mechanism to fund the purchase of real property for preservation of land. Alderman Strauss?
So moved.
A motion and a second. Being properly moved and seconded, all those in favor of Resolution 2017-43, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Resolution 2017-35. This is a resolution accepting dedication of the completed streets of Glenbrook Way, Phase 1. Alderman Petrelli?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Alderman Petrelli? Alderman Stamper?
Is this the one that we tabled the other day, Mayor?
Yes, you did. It is.
I'm still dissatisfied with the pavers that exist there and the bifurcation of.
We're not accepting those. Is that still not satisfactory?
We're accepting everything but the bricks, right?
Right.
I don't like that. I don't want to accept. I don't want to accept
I apologize.
anything on Glenbrook Way until we get the paver situation.
Okay.
To me, it's an all or nothing. I'm not going to try to put it on the table again, but I'm going to vote against it. But because I think that we got to get this paver thing situated before we need to accept the street. That's just my view.
Alderman
Thank you.
Stamper, thank you. Alderman Waters?
I yield.
Alderman Brown?
Question for somebody.
Not many people here.
Who, we accept all the streets except the pavers, and then the folks that work and play, live, own businesses there are responsible for the pavers. How do we get them fixed? I think Mark's wanting to address that, or Mr. Skidmore.
Alderman Skidmore, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, that's right. Here's the deal. I wanted to discuss this the last time, but it was late like tonight, and I know it's late again, so I'm going to, believe it or not, I'm going to try to concise as what happened on this whole situation. Here's what happened. We had a meeting with the planning department. This has been several months ago. You all had asked me and Chip to go and discuss this with the business owners of Glenbrook. So we have always had a problem with the pavers because here's why. They're extremely, and Chip, correct me if I'm wrong, they are extremely expensive to maintain. They're extremely expensive. That's all I can tell you. Now, what the Public Works Committee decided to do was, and I think everybody was in agreement with this at one time, was to resurface all of Glenbrook Way, I guess it is, the whole thing, and forget the pavers because they're not working out for the city of Hendersonville, neither for the business owners or the city of Hendersonville. If anybody, and I know everybody on this board has done this, drive and you'll see it'll just beat your car to death. Now, for the folks that wanted to keep the pavers, here's the problem with that. If you do that, we're going to have to, when you replace those pavers, you're going to be closing down businesses because you're going to have to close down that road for how many days at least? It's a week at least for them to set. So I don't think that the business owners wanted that either. So we came back, the committee came back with a recommendation, and we went to the committee, we went to the table with the business owners group, the group that wants to get rid, because they're tired of dealing with the road. There's some other things that I don't want to go into. It's dealing with some people that are having health issues now that are associated with the project. So the bank is saying, look, whatever y'all want to do, we'll do. So we're ready to take it over without the pavers. Well, when we got out of that, when that was the initial plan that we had, so then it went back to the planning commission with what the alderman had felt and what we had felt in our negotiations. We went back and to go to the planning commission because that's the natural process that you have to go through. The planning commission said, in their wisdom, that it was that the pavers were an amenity to the project, and I disagree with that. But that's what the planning commission decided, and so they voted to keep the pavers in, and then it comes back here with saying, oh, then it went back to our committee. I apologize. It went back to our committee with the planning commission saying that they wanted to keep the pavers, but if we did that, the business association would be responsible for that. But so this was the Public Works Committee's response to that. If that's the case, who does Chip go to when we say, okay, we've got to go to the pavers are bad, you've got to replace it? and you got to do it at a finite amount of time. The issue will be whether they're going to do it or not. Where most people want that thing fixed, period, and that's it. So that's where it comes from. So the resolution you have before you is the one that came straight out of the Planning Commission. Now, if we want to amend that and just say we want to resurface the street without the pavers, forget it, we can do it here at this board because we are the governing body of the city of Hendersonville. The Planning Commission is not. No disrespect to you. Well, that's okay. But that was what the Public Works Committee and Public Works Department's position was. It was expensive, and then also when the replacement, who do we actually go to? And the process of replacing those pavers, if the businesses knew, and I'm sure there's some that do know this, once they had to replace those, and they're the ones paying for it, they're going to have to shut down part of the road, and it's going to hurt their business. I mean, it'll. And think of we've been talking about traffic all night. What the traffic's going to be like is going to be crazy, because you're going to have to shut that down for a period of time for the pavers to set, and that's where we are. That's it. So you can either vote for it like this tonight, or we could make an amendment that says we just want to, we want to asphalt it and forget the pavers. But it's up to the board, as it always has been.
Alderman Skidmore, thank you. Alderman Stamper?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the previous alderman being concise. I would have hated hated to hear the long version on that. So.
Well, I could have been longer.
With that in mind, Mayor, what would be preventing us from amending this and saying we'll accept the whole of Glenbrook Way and then we can do whatever we want with it on those pavers?
The only thing I worry about is that there's an amenity that the property owners expect us to upkeep.
Which is the pavers?
Which is the pavers. And to some extent, we're in violation of that if we just pull them out and do nothing instead.
I agree. Okay, I get that. I get that. That's
But
just a thought.
I'll tell you, an alternative I'm fine with. I just don't know what that alternative. And Chip and I have talked many times. We just don't know what the alternative is.
It's a horrible amenity. Thank you.
I wish the answer were simpler. Alderman Waters.
I want to address Chip, if I may.
Sure.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm dreaming somewhere that there was 3 options to that program. Do you remember that we presented to the Sumner 2000 developers? Do you recall what they were? I know one of them. Oh, excuse me. Go ahead.
Well, we were looking, pardon me, at pavers, stamped concrete, or asphalt. And the stamped concrete numbers that we came back were pretty expensive. The pavers, you have to rip out, again, takes a long time, very expensive. Public Works isn't in the business of maintaining amenities, really. We do put up Christmas lights and pick up litter, but this is not typically what would even come to the Public Works Committee for us to maintain. So our main preference is asphalt, a good section, so that you can not have the ruts and the rills and everything, and you'll still have to maintain it every 10 or 15 years, but you only have to shut it down for maybe a day or two instead of 2 or 3 weeks.
And part of the problem is we have very stringent specs on roads that can be dedicated to us, but we don't have such things for pavers that are going to be dedicated to us.
Don't we have, well, I shouldn't say that. We'll have to upkeep Glenbrook Way forever, won't we, once this is done, once it's approved, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Keith, can you add to that? I think when you've got some information that's helpful.
Yeah, it bounced around a whole lot, and then it came back to the Planning Commission, and then what you've got before you tonight is actually the Planning Commission. They recommended to approve it without the pavers, or at such time that the pavers are removed and it's paved, then the city could accept it at that time. So the Planning Commission's okay with it now being paved. That wasn't initially
Well, it's not in this resolution that it says that.
in.
If you read the resolution, it doesn't say that. But I mean, I'm glad they're doing that.
Yeah, so they're okay with it. Initially, that was not the case.
Okay.
It was those three options, I think, that somebody discussed, and.
Well, then we need to make
and-
an amendment to
Yeah,
it.
so the planning commission, they voted to recommend accepting the whole street, except for the pavers, but that at such time that the POA, the Property Owners Association, would pave them to the city engineer's specifications, the city could accept them at that time.
And help me out, Keith. The
So
planning
they're okay
commission-
with, yeah.
The planning commission did talk about something in exchange for the pavers, something else that sort of declares an entrance to the area there. And I think at one time they talked about columns.
Yeah, they
and
really.
some lights or something like that.
Yeah, they really did, and that happened in a meeting like several months ago.
Yeah.
And then this, that's before you tonight, that was maybe from just a planning commission or two ago, the recommendation that you have before you tonight. And maybe that wording isn't.
So there's a little bit of expectation if we don't keep the pavers there, that we insist on something else there. Yeah.
Asphalt.
Oh, well, I'm also saying maybe it's decorative lighting, or maybe it's stamped pavers, which I don't necessarily feel good about, or maybe it's some more columns there, something that announces the entrance to the.
And the planning commission did struggle with that, looking for an alternative
Yeah.
in that first meeting, and then also in the second meeting, and there really wasn't anything to offset it. And I think everybody understood the pavers just aren't working out, and they're gonna continue to be a problem, and they've already been replaced once. It's
Do we
completely
have
replaced.
leverage with the current developer that they should pull up the pavers and put something else there?
There is a surety of about $200,000
Okay.
that, could possibly be utilized. And I think maybe at one point in time, the developers, Sumner 2000.
Right.
I think they were willing to rip up the pavers and pave it all.
Okay.
But I think at that time, the planning commission didn't really want that to happen.
Okay.
So that's kind of what kind of drug it out a little bit. And then now, since then, they went ahead and replaced all the pavers.
That's
already
correct.
once, so they're kind of already have done that, so.
And they're still on the hook for $200,000 in improvements there?
Yeah, could be. There is surety,
Yeah, the mayor of the bank has it now.
Yeah.
That section of the, and they're wanting to get out of this, out of Sumner or Glenbrook altogether.
I don't want to give up the $200,000 if we can get some sort of amenity there. So,
Well, what we can do, Mayor, is we can go back, and I appreciate what you're saying, because I understand that position. I really do. I think that's you should feel that way. That's what your job, and that's good. So I'm glad you're thinking that way. So let me ask you this: would it be proper, or is it okay with you? Chip and I will go back to Pinnacle. I don't know if I'm supposed to call but you know who I'm talking about. We'll go back to him and ask him at Pinnacle Bank if we can work out an agreement with that.
If you're going to make a motion to defer, let's have Vice Mayor Frost speak first.
Sure, okay.
Okay, if that's okay with you. Alderman Frost.
No, y'all discussing everything I was gonna make a motion on. I'm in favor.
You're on.
Am I on now?
You are on.
Okay. The pavers are an issue, and we need to go on and resolve it. And as Mark said, it's not in here. So I'd like to go to, and the bank wants to get out, so let's see if they'll take the surety and pull the pavers and asphalt it. I mean, let's be done with it.
Here's my problem. I feel like he had a motion that I put him off of.
I could certainly take my motion off if you want to.
I don't care. There's no sense to keep doing this if it's not going to work.
Yeah.
Let's throw some asphalt down, seal it, go on about our business, and hit the next problem.
And give up the $200,000?
No, I want to go after that $200,000 and let them pay for it.
Okay. So your amendment is accept the dedication of everything but the pavers? That's the main motion.
That's what he says.
What was Mark's motion?
Mark's motion was to put the whole thing off.
Oh. Now, what was your motion?
Okay, here's what, all right, let's simplify this, because we have been going through this for the pavers for quite some time. Why don't we do this? Let's go ahead and make a motion that we shall,
Overcome.
yeah, we shall, why don't we do this? We will Hendersonville, okay, blah, 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 let me read the thing. Completed streets are going to be, is hereby expressly excluded, let's see, all right. Let's just take the pavers out of it, and let us just say on there, and we can put it in here, and just hold on to me, Mayor, because I know you're going to say, what in the heck are you talking about? Don't do that, and that's what you're going to say.
I am.
And have it on there where we can asphalt the whole thing. And by doing that, we've already settled up here what our intentions are. And if Chip wants to call, and I would suggest that we would do this, we can call the bank and say, look, this is what we did, but here's the thing, we're going to use the 200,000 because that's what it's there for, to use. And I don't know that he's going to disagree with that, because they want to get out of it. And I think whatever the cost is to resurface that street, or Glenbrook Way, I don't know that it's going to cost 200. It might. We don't know until we start getting ready to do it. So you see what I'm saying?
No.
No. Okay. I don't know any other way to put it. Chip, any other way that I can put that?
Are we doing anything different than passing this and moving to accept the pavered area in the future?
I would just say the right-of-way is accepted, contingent on paving with asphalt of the paver areas.
Right. Thank you. That's what I was trying to get at, and it may be because my mind's going the other hour.
That way,
All right.
that leaves us the ability to negotiate with the surety and how we want to.
And how we want to pay for it.
We have a motion.
Right.
What is the motion, Mr. Chairman?
Motion is.
Ham, does that sound good to you?
At this hour, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so give us the motion so we can get
All
a
right.
second.
The motion will be that we accept the resolution, or we accept the. No, this is the amendment, but I'm making a motion for the amendment. Okay. Now that's okay. It's a good question to ask. What I'm saying is, God, now y'all have got me. No, that's okay.
Chip, you want to say it again?
To approve this on the condition that the streets will be asphalt instead of the
The pavers will be removed when the streets and pavers will be asphalted over.
Yes.
Which leaves room for Chip to negotiate the surety for the payment.
Right, because we'll go back and see what he says. But
Chip, is that what you need?
Yes, that's it.
Okay.
You got it. You said it.
We got a motion and a second. Alderman Waters, you are next in the queue to speak. Do you want to speak on this amendment? Okay. Let me do my best.
It's not going to be like it is here. Are we taking out the
Pavers and asphalted.
Are we going to take them out?
We're going to accept.
Let them pay for it.
We're going to accept the whole road contingent on them pulling out the pavers and putting down asphalt.
And the surety's going to pay for it.
That's not part of the amendment, though. The surety, they need to do it.
The surety will be negotiated by Chip, is that?
Right, that's correct.
Right. So the taxpayers don't have to foot the bill.
If the asphalt costs $20,000, I want to use it 180 somewhere else.
Yes.
And hold them to that.
Right, and see that, Mayor, this will help you out. That's exactly right. So let's just say it cost us 150, and we've got 30 left, and the mayor wants to put some.
I want some LED lights, to be honest.
Whatever, LED lights, towers, flowers, whatever.
It's going to save us some money.
Yeah, we can. Yeah. The mayor will have the 30. I think that's a good compromise. I think we can all work with that, and we'll see what we can do to get that accomplished for everybody, and then everybody is happy.
Mr. Chairman.
Alderman Waters.
The pavers are coming up, right?
Yes.
On this amendment, yes. Okay.
Alderman Stamper.
Your house, up in the front yard.
Yeah, a few minutes ago, talked about this proposal. I just want to make sure we're not putting at risk the 200,000 by doing this.
Very important to me, too.
Yeah.
Because see, there's already surety on.
Right, but we've still got to provide something equivalent for these amenities if we take up their pavers.
Yes.
That's what the mayor was talking about.
Keith, help us out, Keith.
Yeah, the planning commission did struggle over a period of time, but eventually, at the last meeting, we discussed this, and they voted on it. They are agreeable for the pavers to be removed and for it to be asphalted over.
I support this amendment.
So the amenity is gone.
All right.
I can do it. We have nobody else in the queue. First, we need to vote on the amendment. Our second came from Alderman Frost. All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. That passed unanimously.
Down with those papers.
Being properly moved, seconded, and amended. All those in favor of Resolution 2017-35 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Next, we have a vote on the reappointment of Bradley Finch to serve on the Hendersonville Beer Board. Alderman Stamper.
So moved.
Alderman Waters.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. See nobody wishing to discuss. All those in favor of reappointing Bradley Finch to serve on the Hendersonville Beer Boards, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. That passed unanimously.
Second.
Alderman Brown.
Motion to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn and a second. All those in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, that passes unanimously.